Morning, may we please remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you very much. You may be seated. I need two attendance registers. I don't know. Okay, good morning, honorable members. Good morning, honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council. Should I start again? If I have your attention, I will do that. Good morning, honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, the Integrity Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, baagi ba Gauteng, le baeng ba rona bo botlhe dumelang le amogetswe. We don't have any announcements. We don't have member announcements either. Neither do we have MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. However, we have member statement requests, and there's 5, and all 5 are allowed. The first one will be for Honorable Xaba. Just a reminder to all the members who requested to have member statements, you have only 2 minutes, 2. Honorable Xaba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Premier and the House at large. In every township in Gauteng, Soweto, Mamelodi, Katlehong, Sharpeville, there are entrepreneurs who wake before dawn, invest their savings and employ their neighbors. They deserve a regulatory system that works for them. In 2024, the Minister of COGTA issued standard draft business licensing and regulatory bylaws to give municipalities a uniform framework for regulating business activity. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party fully supports this initiative because the current reality is this. A spaza shop owner in Beggersdal faces different licensing requirements from a trader in Tembisa. A business in Soshanguve navigates different compliance processes from one in Duduza. This inconsistency creates confusion, invites corruption, and punishes the very entrepreneurs our economy depends on. Standardized bylaws mean predictable requirements, consistent enforcement, and municipalities that support compliance rather than simply punish non-compliance. In Sebokeng, in Tembisa, in Kagiso, people are building businesses with or without our help. The question is whether this legislature will make that journey easier or harder. The person opening a spaza shop in Tembisa this morning does not need our sympathy. They need a licensing system they can understand, afford, and trust. 30 years into democracy, let this sit with every member in this House, 30 years, and still no uniform regulatory framework for the entrepreneurs who build their businesses in the dust of our townships. That is not a legacy, that is a standing indictment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Xaba. Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the leadership led by our Premier and honourable members and our community in the gallery. Madam Speaker, last week Gauteng proudly hosted one of the most significant parliamentary gatherings on the African continent, the 19th Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers of the Commonwealth Africa region, held under the theme Proactive Parliament and Sustainable Development, an imperative for political stability in Africa. The significance of this gathering was amplified by its timing as our nation commemorated the 50th anniversary of the June 16th uprising. Delegates gathered in Johannesburg on the very soil that bore witness to the courage of Hector Peterson, Tsietsi Mashinini, and countless young heroes who changed the course of our history. Honourable Speaker, a central focus on the conference again was its greatest asset, its youth. With nearly 70% of our continent population under the age of 35, delegates delivered a clear and urgent message: invest in education, skills development, entrepreneurship, and job creation, while opening the doors for leadership, governance, and economic opportunity for young people. It is therefore fitting that on the 20th and 21st of June, South Africans turned out in their numbers for the voter registration weekend. The strong participation, particularly among young people, sends a powerful message that our democracy remains vibrant. The citizens understand the importance of having a voice in shaping the future of their communities. Honourable Speaker, the conference also reaffirmed the importance of African unity, technological innovation, and regional cooperation in tackling unemployment, poverty, and inequality. African solidarity must extend beyond politics and economics. As African nations compete on the global stage, we must rally behind every African football team carrying the hopes of our continent. Their success is Africa's success. Sport transcends borders, languages, and cultures, reminding us that we are one continent bound by a shared history, a shared destiny, and a common African identity. As the ANC, we welcome the outcomes of this important gathering. The resolutions emerging from this conference reaffirms our long-standing commitment to youth empowerment, democratic participation, African unity, and innovation-led development, as well as building of a capable developmental state. These are not merely conference resolutions. They are fundamental pillars of the ANC's vision for a united, prosperous, inclusive, and democratic Africa. We therefore remain steadfast in our commitment to create opportunities for young people, strengthening democratic institutions, advancing regional cooperation, and building economy that works for all. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Fikwe. Honourable Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to express a sincere appreciation to the Office of the Premier for the recent development regarding the multi-stream model design of the work of crime prevention wardens to align with legislative requirements, national training standards, and the long-term operational needs for the province. This progressive model represents a significant step towards the professionalization and modernization of law enforcement within Gauteng. It will establish a single integrated Gauteng Traffic Wardens Corps operating across 3 coordinated and complementary streams, namely traffic officers, traffic wardens, and security officers. The integration of these streams will enhance coordination, operational efficiency, and strengthen public safety across all corridors of our province. It further ensures that deployment is guided by clear mandate, structured training, and unified command framework. To support this transition, Gauteng Traffic Wardens will undergo an intensive and standardized training program at the Provincial Traffic College. This program will combine both theoretical and practical instruction aligned with approved national curricula. It will equip members with requisite skill, knowledge, and competencies necessary to execute their duties effectively, ethically, and with accordance with the demands of the new institutional arrangement. I'm confident that this development will contribute meaningfully to a safer, a more disciplined, and a responsive management system, traffic management system in Gauteng. Madam Speaker, this initiative is fully aligned with the broader ANC objective of building capable, professional, and developmental state, as well as advancing service delivery and ensuring the safety and dignity of all the citizens of Gauteng. I support this implementation across all relevant provincial structures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masuku. Honourable Kunene.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to commend the IEC and all South Africans who participated in the recent voter registration weekend in preparation for the 2026 local government elections. I personally visited 12 voting stations during the registration weekend to observe operations. I witnessed the use of the voting management devices, and I can confirm that these machines significantly improve the speed and efficiency of voter registration. Speaker, what is encouraging is that 80% of new registrations were young people aged 16 to 29. This is a good sign for our democracy. We note that in Gauteng, over 500,000 registration transactions were recorded, which included 85,000 406 first-time registrations. I also welcome, thank you. I also welcome the IEC's decision to zero-rate the online voter registration portal, which will make it easier for citizens who want to register and update their details. I encourage all those who did not visit the voting stations this past weekend to make use of the second voter registration weekend scheduled for the 1 and the 2nd of August 2026. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kunene. Honorable Musai, is she online? Honorable Musai?
Madam Speaker, she's
Yes,
asked me
okay,
to read it on her
proceed.
behalf.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the 10th of June 2026, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, officially announced the untimely passing of His Majesty, King Enoch Makhosoke Mabena. It is reported that His Majesty passed away on Tuesday, 9 June 2026 at the age of 65, after serving the Amandebele nation with distinction for 4 decades. His Majesty was a revered traditional leader, a custodian of the rich cultural heritage of the Amandebele nation, and a steadfast advocate for the development and well-being of traditional communities. President Ramaphosa declared the funeral a Category 1 with military honours for the late King of the Amandebele. The ANC joins our government in honouring his life, legacy and enduring contribution to the preservation of cultural heritage and traditional leadership. It is for this reason that I stand here today to pay homage and recognise a life well lived and the legacy of His Majesty King Makhosoke II. We honour his lifelong commitment to serving his people and preserving the customs, traditions and identity of the Amandebele nation. May His Majesty's soul rest in eternal peace. Siyathokoza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Schneemann. Motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. Honorable Makubela? They're supposed to help you up there. There you are.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and all presiding officers, party leaders, the Premier, and all members of the Executive Committee. I, Member El Makubela, the ANC Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion without notice in terms of Rule 120 as follows. Noting that the following order was programmed for the House sitting of Tuesday, the 23rd of June 2026, that 1, the consideration of the Privileges and Ethics Standing Committee's 4th quarterly performance report of the 2025-2026 financial year, that the House, and that I therefore request that the House resolves to do the following: to remove the consideration of the Privileges and Ethics Standing Committee's 4th quarterly performance report of the 2025-2026 financial year from the orders of the House sitting of Tuesday, the 23rd of June, 2026. Madam Speaker, I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makubela. Is there a second, honorable members? Honorable Muriati?
I second, thanks.
Thank you very much. Just hold on. Members, I have to put this to the House. Those that in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favor say no. So the motion then is carried. Honorable members, giving notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121, there's none. So we move to apologies. The following members are on a study tour, all of them in one study tour. So it's Honorable Gentile, Honorable Waters, Honorable Soon. They are on that study tour. And Honorable Emisi Ramukopa is not going to be joining us today. The Thursday apology will table it on Thursday. Okay, thank you very much. We have in our midst stakeholders from Tshwane, Mitsweding Zone, Ward 104, 103, and 102. There is Masakane Forum, Economic Development Stakeholders. From Ekuruleni, Kitso Lesedi Youth Group. From Rondebult, Pumuleng Secondary and Sophia Shops Tembisa, infrastructure stakeholders. From the City of Johannesburg, Naturena stakeholders. From social development. From the West Rand, Umkariso, I hope I pronounced that properly, Umkariso Women in Water. And then from Sidibeng, there's Pumulong community members, Bagaitsu Bagolo ba rona. Ke kopa le tlhalose tla tlheka boikokobetso. La amogetswe gore le tlo re etela ka tšono mo ntlong e ya lona ya Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Mme fela go na le melaonyana le dipeelonyana tse di leng teng tse e leng gore le tshwanetse gore le di obamele le le baeng. Sa ntlha ke gore a le kgone go dirisa difounu tsa lona go tsaya dinepe tsa ba lekgotla. Sa bobedi a le ba opele matsogo le le ka itumelela thata ka pelo se ba se buang e nne ka mo pelong. Sa boraro ga le a le boledisane le bona a di thata ne di siame. Ke a leboga bagolo bana la amogetswe. Secretary, can we get the first order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the Petition Standing Committee Fourth Quarterly Performance Report for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo, or whoever is representing here. No, she's supposed to be here. Honorable Mhlongo, oh, there you are. Sorry, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the House and to the people of Gauteng. On behalf of Member Honorable Chair Gentile, Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, I do ask that parts of this report that I did not read be considered as read. This quarterly performance report reflects the activities and performance of the committee during the fourth quarter 25-26 financial year, covering the period from 1 January to 30 March 2026. This report highlights the interventions undertaken by the committee in addressing matters raised by petitioners and advancing the effective implementation of its mandate. During the quarter under review, the committee considered a total of 17 submissions. Following thorough deliberations and an assessment of the supporting documentation, 8 submissions were approved as petitions and referred to the relevant authorities for investigating and reporting in accordance to the Gauteng Petitions Act. The remaining 9 submissions were not adopted as they either fell outside the committee's mandate or related to matters within jurisdiction and responsibilities of local government. In terms of the amended Act, members of the public are required to first exhaust all available remedies and processes at local government before escalating matters to the provincial government through petitions. Consequently, these submissions were redirected to the relevant municipalities for consideration and appropriate action. The petitioners were duly informed of the committee's decisions and advised on the appropriate channels through which to pursue their matters further. The committee urges COGTA to utilize its petitions and public participation workstream to carry out public education, to ensure residents of Gauteng understand and utilize their municipal petitions committees. The 8 newly approved petitions were subsequently added to the list of ongoing matters awaiting progress reports from the relevant authorities. As a result, the total number of ongoing petitions pending responses now stands at 368. The committee is pleased to see an increase of authorities submitting reports within the legislated turnaround time of 30 days, as 6 of 8 adopted petitions reports were received within 30 days. The report assesses responsiveness, efficiency, and effectiveness in which petitions referred to relevant authorities were managed during the reporting period. It evaluates the extent to which departments and municipalities complied with prescribed timeframes and procedural requirements in responding to petitions, as well as the quality and adequacy of their responses in addressing the petitioners' concerns. During the reporting period, the committee received and considered a total of 17 submissions of petitions. Following careful deliberation, 8 submissions were approved and formally adopted as petitions, whilst 9 related to matters falling in the jurisdiction of local government were redirected accordingly. Of the adopted petitions, 5 belong to the Department of Education, Department of Health and Wellness 1, Department of Community Safety 1, Human Settlement 1. The adopted petitions were subsequently referred to the relevant authorities for further investigation and reporting. Inadmissible petitions. During the period under review, 9 submissions were redirected to local government by the committee on the basis that the petitioners had not exhausted all internal remedies prior to approaching the legislature as required in Clause 5A of the Gauteng Petitions Act No. 3 of 2025. In addition, some submissions were found to contain insufficient information and were referred back for further details. Committee activities. The committee presents its performance information in accordance with the monitoring methodology and has therefore aligned these activities with its approved annual performance plan. The activities for the quarter include the following. In terms of committee meetings, the committee held 5 meetings. These meetings primarily focused on considering new petitions submitted to the committee. In addition, the committee would have discussed reports and prepared for hearings, addressed other matters relating to its mandates, and approved the quarterly performance report. In relation to stakeholder management, during the reporting period, the committee attended a workshop convened by the Department of COGTA through the work stream on petitions and public participation. This work stream was established by MEC for COGTA as part of an intervention aimed at strengthening coordination, tracking and responsiveness in relation to petitions submitted to the legislature. In terms of public engagement in carrying out its mandate, the committee engaged with communities to ensure accountability, assess service delivery, address concerns, and evaluate government program implementation. On the 13th of March 2026, the committee convened a petition hearing as part of its ongoing initiative to strengthen public participation and enhance responsiveness to public concerns. 7 petitions were brought to the hearing. In terms of the evaluation of responsiveness, Section 6F 1 and 2 of the Petitions Act provides for the committee to evaluate the responsiveness, efficiency, and timelines within which the petitions referred in terms of Section 7E were resolved. We have submitted a table, Madam Speaker, that indicates and compares the reporting against the referred petitions with the departments from the committee during the quarter under review. The committee concerns are as follows. All responding authorities have failed to populate the petitions management section, which is a transgression of the Amendment Act. Despite failing to comply with the legislated reporting requirements, the cross-referral mechanism is beginning to yield positive results. Recent observations indicate that out of 8 petitions submitted for consideration, 6 have since received formal responses. This suggests a level of engagement by the relevant authorities in addressing the matters raised. It also reflects that concerns raised by the committee are being acknowledged. The response rate further points to an improving level of accountability amongst the relevant authorities, which enhances the effectiveness of the petition process in ensuring that reported issues are properly considered and addressed. The committee implores departments to adhere to the legislative and administrative requirements of recording that indeed 75% of them submitted reports within the turnaround time. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the committee remains committed to embedding fairness and inclusivity in all its activities, ensuring that the petition process is accessible to the broadest possible range of citizens. It will continue to prioritize transparency and accountability, utilizing the petition system as a key mechanism for addressing and resolving service delivery challenges effectively. Through these efforts, the committee aims to strengthen citizen engagement and ensure that public concerns are responded to in a timely and equitable manner. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity and acknowledge the following committee members: Member Tindlovu, Member Jishniman, Member Litwalo, myself, Member Mhlongo, Member Chabalala, Member Mila, Member Maluka, Member Sitika, Member Mure, Member Ali, Member Nkani, Member Makene, and Member Diega, as well as Member Gentile, who is the chair of the committee. We also want to acknowledge the committee support team that is always supporting us. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Petition Standing Committee, I hereby present the report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Is there a seconder, honorable members? Is there a seconder? Honorable Ali?
What's wrong with my mic, but I'm happy to second, Speaker. Thank you. Do we
Thank
have
you
it
very
on
much.
record?
I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. Okay, the report is adopted because the yeses have it. Secretary, the second order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Committee for the Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislatures fourth quarter performance report for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the Chair, I rise to table the Q4 report for the CSSL Committee. The aim of this report is to evaluate the CSSL's fourth quarter performance by comparing the committee's performance against the quarterly targets. The report is aligned to the committee's strategic objectives, namely lawmaking, oversight and scrutiny, as well as stakeholder engagement. Moreover, the report identifies areas of weakness and provides recommendations where necessary to ensure redirection of focus in the pursuit to ultimately achieve the annual objectives and targets as set out in our committee's 2025-2026 annual performance plan. In accordance, Madam Speaker, with the committee's strategic objectives, the committee activities unfolded as follows. On lawmaking, in terms of standing rules of the legislature and the Gauteng Scrutiny of Subordination Legislation Act, regulations are referred by the executive to the Committee for Scrutiny and Consideration. In the quarter under review, the committee considered the following subordinate legislation. On the 13th of March in our meeting, we considered the Gambling Amendment Regulations 2026. The committee noted that in South Africa, gambling industry forms a significant part of the country's entertainment and recreation center. Oh, okay, Madam Speaker, the part that I'm not going to read, can they be taken as read? I forgot that part. It's the Linyana report, just CSSL. Raverek and the Premier. So the regulations were presented by the Gauteng Gambling Board and showed that they has collected so far more than 20 billion in taxes. However, the most pressing challenge facing the formal industry was the proliferation of shadow gambling activities operated by unlicensed entities, particularly through online platforms. I want to skip this part, Madam Speaker and the Premier, that Gambling Board presented to us a very disturbing trend, that besides the elderly living and staying at the casinos, now we're finding young people that are dependent on NEFSAs to be getting hooked on gambling. So we're escalating those two issues as a problem that society needs to look at. MEC Social Development, we had recommended that they must engage with social development so that we see how we're dealing with this. We must protect the youth, we must protect the elderly. The next activity that the committee concerns progress. We ask what progress has the department made to ensure that systems are digitized to allow for smoother and quick applications renewals. We also dealt with the Gambling Board, Madam Speaker. That is why we looked at the recommendations, and those concerns that I read were given to the committee. Also, that the matter of gambling among young people, I've spoken about that. The issue of the elderly, I've spoken about that. That the recommendation that we made was that the Gauteng Gambling Board and the Department of Education should collaborate with other stakeholders to address the issue of strengthening the educational drive and creating more awareness on the impact of gambling. After due deliberations, the committee was satisfied that the Gauteng Gambling Board regulations tabled are in line with legislative drafting conventions and are within the scope and purview of the legislative framework. The committee further noted that the regulations pass the constitutional muster. Then the committee resolved that they will approve and adopt those regulations. Then we will also convene a meeting to consider the Gauteng UPFS health regulations. The committee noted that it was acceptable that while fee adjustments as proposed by the Gauteng Department of Health were necessary to ensure public hospitals have required resources to operate effectively, these cannot have negative socio-economic impact or consequences for the people of our province. The proposed increase of 5.4% by the department was indeed necessary. The slow economic growth, coupled by high levels of unemployment rates in our province, poses a huge burden in our citizens. Therefore, the system used to categorize and classify individuals according to their affordability needs to be strengthened. Then the committee approved those recommendations. The committee then was satisfied that the Gauteng Health regulations tabled and are in line with the drafting conventions and within the scope and preview of the legislative framework as well. And they resolved to approve those and adopt those regulations, Madam Speaker. On oversight and scrutiny, in the committee under review, the committee conducted a meeting with the Department of Education relating to post-legislative work that the committee has done and also presenting our findings. The committee noted that the presentation from the Department of Education on the post-legislative scrutiny oversight findings relating to the admission of learners in our public school. Department did indicate that the committee report covers findings on 4 schools in the province, namely one in Orange Farm, which is called Orange Farm School, Secondary School, Suncrest High School. We went to Lifenze Girls High School as well as Mdeni High School. The following matters were discussed with the department. The report was outlining key issues with online admissions, such as technical failures, limited internet access, low digital literacy, and insufficient support of disadvantaged communities. It also highlighted concerns regarding the MEC's authority to declare schools full to maintain fairness, cautioning that this power should not cause overcrowding or strain schools without proper monitoring, resources finding and support. Also, that there is no doubt that the process of admission of learners was complex and nuanced. The main premise under the Gauteng admissions regulations is made that the GDE's constitutional base for that should be equal education for all. In line with the Constitution, Madam Speaker, schools are obliged to accept the application of undocumented foreign nationals, which became a huge concern for the committee, and also the communities that we visited. Regulation 6, Section 1E of the regulation stipulates that in this regard that the principal is required to report undocumented learners annually to the department. MC Miley, the principal seems not to be aware of this, because when we ask for information, they literally bite their teeth if there's anything like that. So I'm asking that you elevate this as well, because it will help in managing some of the issues that we have. The head of department must annually submit a composite list of undocumented learners to the Department of Home Affairs. On the quarter under review, Madam Speaker, the committee held 4 of its meetings, one on the 10th of February and 25th of February as well. Then stakeholder engagement, we met the Gauteng Department of Education, as I indicated. We are supposed to do some training and development. I must say that we haven't really done that. On the overall performance of the committee, Madam Speaker, the committee managed to achieve its quarterly targets, quarterly objectives as per our annual performance plan. On lawmaking, we did indicate that we dealt with the Gauteng gambling regulations and the Gauteng health regulations. On conclusion, the plans which were set for the 4th quarter, financial year 25-26, with regards to the implementation of the committee's strategic objective have been achieved. I want to acknowledge the following members and say thank you very much to them. Member Mokhobe, Member Shope, Member Sisedinyane, Member San, Member Sirota, Member Poho, and Members Kosana. Their commitment to the work of the committee is really overwhelming, as well as thanking the support staff, the committee coordinator, Messinoko, committee researcher, Ntate committee administrator, Ntate Lamola, our legal advisor, MK Kana, senior information officer, Ntlebi, communications officer, Tima Shifane, and our important person there, Madam Speaker, our Hansard recorder, and member Mekrimba there, our service officer. On the adoption, we want to indicate to the House that after due due deliberation, the committee hereby tables its fourth quarter report for 25-26 financial year for adoption, and in accordance with Rule 164, the committee would like to ask this August House and recommend that it adopts our report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Is there a seconder, honorable members? Honorable Sisedinyane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I indeed move for the adoption.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Honorable members, the third order has been removed. So, Secretary, can you please read the fourth order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entity, for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Oh.
Honorable Tlhabelo, thank you very much for your indulgence. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good morning, honorable members and the people of Gauteng. As the chairperson of Sport, Arts, Culture, Recreation, I hereby table the committee's report on the fourth quarter oversight report of the Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation for 2025-26 financial year, and I will kindly request that the part I did not read be taken as read. The Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation received an overall adjusted annual budget allocation of 1,038,702,000 for the 25-26 financial year, and at the end of the fourth quarter, it spent 991,965,000. This is an expenditure of 95.9% of the annual allocation. This expenditure is in line with Treasury regulations, as the department was expected to spend 100% by the end of the quarter under review, and the under expenditure is at 4.5%. For the quarter under review, the department projected to spend 276,896,000, and of that they managed to spend 230,159,000. This is 83.1% expenditure. There were 36 APP targets for the quarter under review, and of these 32 were achieved. The Gauteng Film Commission was allocated a budget of 7,667,000 for the quarter under review, of which they spent 9,616,000, which is 125% expenditure. This is 25% overspending. They have set 16 targets for the quarter under review and achieved 14, which is 87.5%. Regarding payment of invoices, they have managed to pay 86% of the valid invoices within 15 days, just like in the previous quarter. The committee noted that the department's performance is showing positive gradual improvement, particularly in achieving procurement targets for persons with disabilities. The sustained consistency in this area will contribute to ensuring that the department's budget remains responsive and inclusive of the needs of all designated groups. However, there is still a need for improved infrastructure delivery, especially in strengthening accountability measures for the implementing agent, the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, regarding projects implemented on behalf of the department. The administration program projected to spend 53,972,000 for the quarter under review, and it managed to spend 47,918,000, reflecting an expenditure of 88.8%. This was an underspending of 11.2%. The department attributed this underspending to delays in the processing of payment for capital assets, including outstanding G-Fleet invoices that has not been finalized by the end of the quarter, as well as the non-procurement of office furniture planned for the 25-26 financial year. To address these challenges, the department indicated that it will fast-track the monthly submission of invoices and ensure timely reconciliation of invoices by the end users. The Cultural Affairs Program was allocated an amount of 55,915,000 for the quarter under review. However, it reported having spent 48,156,000, representing 86.1% of the allocated budget. The underspending was attributed to delays in the operationalization of the Women's Living Heritage Monument. The Library and Archival Services Program budgeted to spend 57,606,000 and 38,769,000 was spent, reflecting an expenditure of 67.3% and underspending of 32.7%. This underspending was attributed to the delays in the procurement processes for goods and services within both conditional grant and voted funds, and more delays experienced in the implementation of infrastructure projects. The Sports and Recreation Program was allocated an amount of 109,403,000 for the quarter under review, of which 95,316,000 was spent, representing 87.1% of the allocated budget and resulting in an underspending of 12.9%. As in previous quarters, the underspending was attributed to vacant posts funded through the conditional grant. This issue has persisted over several financial years. In prior arrangements, the department assured the committee that it was in the final stages of filling these positions. However, vacancies continue to be cited as a reason for underspending, which raises concerns about the credibility of these commitments and the effectiveness of the department recruitment processes. While the department and the GFC achieved several performance targets during the reporting period, significant concerns remain regarding financial management planning, procurement delay, infrastructure delivery, and the effectiveness of oversight and accountability mechanisms. More concerning, though, it is the recurring delays linked to the implementation agent, the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, as well as the accumulation of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which points to weaknesses in internal controls and compliance systems. Concerns were also raised regarding year-end spending pressures, delayed payments to suppliers, and the potential negative impacts of SMMEs, township enterprises, and funded organizations that depend on timely departmental support. The committee also stresses the need for the strengthened planning, improved contract and project management, enhanced oversight over implementing agent and funded entities, as well as stronger monitoring and evaluation systems to ensure that public funds are utilized efficiently, transparently, and in a manner that advances equitable services across Gauteng. The committee's concerns and findings were detailed as follows: the department's failure to address high vacancy rate and its impact on service delivery, the delays in the implementation of the literacy programs and the processing of the grant in aid funding, the weak oversight of municipality library transfers and conditional grant funding. And the committee recommendations were were outlined as follows. Recommendation: submit a recruitment plan outlining critical post-recruitment timelines and quarterly targets for reducing vacancies by 31st July 2026, to strengthen planning and monitoring mechanism, and submit quarterly progress reports on literacy program and grant funding implementation to ensure timely delivery and prevent year-end spending pressures quarterly, to strengthen monitoring and oversight mechanism for funds transferred to municipalities, and submit quarterly reports to the committee detailing compliance with service level agreement, expenditure against approved business plans, and corrective actions where municipalities fail to comply quarterly. And the committee would like to acknowledge and thank the MEC of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Honorable Lebogang Maile, the HOD, Mr. Mponawa, and the officials of the department. The committee also appreciates the diligent deliberations of the chair, honorable members, Member Ndlovu, Member Litsualo, Member Chabalala, Member Diacher, Member Andabs, Member Setike, and Member Miso. The committee also wish to thank the support staff, Ms. Mbalo, Ms. Nenweli, Ms. Sugubutu, Ms. Shikwane, Ntate Dabula, J. Kiwitz, A. Dikola, Rifilwe Moremi, J. Mamabolo, and Aim Mginindo for their role throughout the process. An extensive deliberation. The Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Committee adopted, after extensive deliberation, the committee adopted the fourth quarter oversight report on the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, Recreation for the 25-26 financial year, and in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee tabled the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tlebere. Honorable members, is there a seconder? Honorable Diacher.
Thank you. I rise to second.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question. Those in favor say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, can we then go, can you read rather the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Education for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker. May I request the House to read parts of the report that have not been read, consider them as read. The committee noted the following key highlights for the quarter under review in its assessment of the Gauteng Department of Education fourth quarterly report for the 25-26 financial year as follows. The department is reporting on the final opening and handover of Rasteval Secondary School, the School of Specialization Multi-Certification Festival, which was aimed at strengthening entrepreneurship and innovation amongst learners and reinforcing the objectives of SOS in preparing learners for multi-work opportunities. The department has 44 annual indicators in the APP, which comprise of the 3 standardized output indicators that were due for reporting and were achieved, while the remainder are due at the end of the financial year. According to the report, all 3 quarterly indicators that were due for reporting were achieved. These are the number of public schools that use South African School Administration Management Systems Act or any alternative electronic solution to provide data, the number of schools that can be contacted electronically, the number of therapists or specialists staff in public special schools. The committee further noted that the department reported significant challenges during the quarter under review, which relate to the lack of funding allocated to full service schools for the 25-26 financial year as it presented a challenge that there are currently 51 public ordinary schools which have been designated as FSSs. The Birth to Four program was unable to achieve some of the objectives of universalization of grade R due to challenges regarding the lack of grade R sites and the need for additional teachers in mostly poor and disadvantaged communities, such as rural informal settlements and farm areas where there are no ECDs services to increase access. The committee noted a School of Specialization Multi-Certification Festival took place at Katlehong Engineering School of Specialization on the 31st of January, attended by SOS stakeholders and participating schools, organized with the purpose of exposing learners to practical skills development, entrepreneurship opportunities, and alternative career pathways aligned with SOS models. This initiative supports the diversified learner certification and strengthened post-schooling readiness. Various activities were observed during the day, which is driver's code test activities to promote learner mobility and employability, swimming activities that were meant to support holistic learner development and well-being, learner-led entrepreneurship activities, including the sale of vegetable clothing, demonstrating applied business as well as vocational skills. With respect to opening the doors for inclusive education, the department reported that the Dr. W.K. du Plessis School in Springs in Ekurhuleni was officially opened by the Premier and the then MEC of Education, MEC Matume Chilwane, as well as the Mayor of Ekurhuleni, Nkosi Ndiphile Qhakaza. The committee further noted that the school has a new facility that is dedicated to supporting learners with special educational needs. For years, these learners at the school were taught in mobile classrooms, also noting that it is an important milestone in the GDE's ongoing commitment to building an inclusive and responsive education system. The committee will continue to monitor the school's functionality as a specialized institution that is designated to cater to learners with diverse educational needs. The committee will continue to evaluate its strength on the GDE's network of inclusive and special schools on ensuring that every learner has access to a safe, supportive, and quality learning environment for both learners as well as the broader community is achieved. With respect to the 2025 matric results, the committee noted that the Gauteng class of 2025 achieved a historic 89.6% matric pass rate on the National Senior Certificate examinations, securing third place nationally and also marking its strongest performance since the dawn of democracy. Every district in the province recorded a pass rate of above 83%. Gauteng recorded its highest number of bachelor passes since 1996, with 67,861 learners qualifying for university studies. Nearly 40,000 learners achieved diploma passes, while 43,509 distinctions were earned. Johannesburg West District ranked #1 in the province and nationally with 96.2% pass rate, while Tshwane North followed with closely ranking #5 in the country. Some of the committee concerns are as follows. The committee observed challenges with respect to the construction of Tabotuna Primary School, which is implemented by the DBSA and has faced delays. The contractor was terminated due to poor performance and workmanship, with progress further disrupted by community business forums and related unrest. The committee is concerned about the discrepancies between the third and fourth quarter reports about ECDs. There is a mismatch between reported achievements and revised targets, raising concerns about data accuracy and reporting consistency. With respect to the sexual offences register, the department reported that this mandate is unfunded and therefore the only way to expedite it is by allocation of budget. The committee views this as a concern. With respect to sexual offences register, the department should provide the committee with its plan on how it will be screening and security vetting the incoming incumbents during the quarter under review. The committee also observed the lack of accountability for eradicating asbestos schools in the province. With respect to municipal debt, electricity disconnections versus school allocations, the committee is concerned that there are continuous disconnections of services to schools deemed as public institutions. The committee has observed that there has been school budget cuts and their impact thereof, whether this will negatively impact on deferred infrastructure projects, scholar transport shortfalls, or LTSM shortages. The committee also observed certain irregularities on expenditure relating to infrastructure projects. The committee noted with concern regarding overcrowding in schools and learner-teacher ratios. The committee is also concerned about the high vacancy rate in the department, especially in teaching and learning areas. The committee thus has the following recommendations: that the department provides a detailed progress report regarding Tabotuna Primary School replacement schools, that the department is requested to provide a report indicating the target and achievement, noting the differences between the 2025 third quarter report and fourth quarter report in the ECDs. With respect to sexual offences register, the department should provide the committee with its plans and projections on how it will fund this mandate. The department should provide a comprehensive progress report on the eradication of all asbestos schools and the list of schools in the province. With respect to municipal debt, the department is requested to provide mechanisms and plans on how they will curb this matter and if there are any MOUs with the relevant authorities. With respect to the recent budget cuts, the department is requested to provide mechanisms and plans on how they will curb the issues in relation to deferred infrastructure projects, school transport shortfalls, and LTSM. The department is further required to clarify and provide a report on any irregular expenditure, especially infrastructure projects, during the 3 quarters to date. With respect to overcrowding in schools, the department should provide the committee with plans on how it will deal with the outdated mobile classrooms needing replacement. With respect to the high vacancy rate, the committee hereby requests the department to give us comprehensive plans to fill vacancies, especially in teaching and learning areas. The Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Education, Honorable Lebogang Maile, and his senior officials for the presentation of the fourth quarter report and the substantial and sustained efforts they have made to inform the Portfolio Committee of details of the quarterly report. We also acknowledge the following committee members: Member Sesedinyane, Member Makubela, Member Dos Santos, Member Waters, Member Ngobeni, Member Nkani, Member Ali, Member Engelbert for their dedication through this process. The committee would like to thank our support team led by the committee coordinator, Mrs. Zuzulu Mpanto Mbala, and the team that we have. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report of the Gauteng Department of Education fourth quarterly report for the 25-26 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into consideration the committee concerns and proposed committee recommendations. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtlongo. Do we have a second, honorable members?
Speaker.
Honorable Chifut.
I rise to second the report, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. So the report is adopted because the yeses have it. Secretary, can we have the next order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Social Development for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Chokwe.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I hereby request that the House should take other parts of the report that I might not have read as read. I, Honourable Joe Chokwe, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby table the committee's report on the fourth quarter's report of Gauteng Department of Social Development for the financial year 2025-2026 as follows. The mandate of this department is a broad one, and it's cutting across, and it centers on the provision of social protection services to the vulnerable, to lead government efforts of forging partnership through which vulnerable individual groups and communities become capable and self-reliant participants in their own development. The department continues to accelerate efforts to strengthen and support the NPOs that are deemed not to be compliant through the provision of financial and technical support to these NPOs to ensure they deliver on their mandate and more effectively. During the fourth quarter, A total of about 32,395 welfare beneficiaries. These beneficiaries are in recovery services users, homeless persons, youth existing foster care, gender-based violence, child support grants, and social relief distress grants, HIV patients, youth in and existing child youth centers. We're prioritizing in all skills development endeavors. The Mabuto Tlatswayo CYCCs was repurposed during the fourth quarter. So the department reported to have expanded its drug rehabilitation facilities and bed capacity to accommodate the growing need for the rehabilitation of drugs and substance abuse users in our province. The refurbished and repurposed Mabuto Tlatswayo Rehabilitation Center has now 60 beds and is operated through a hybrid model. That is a model where government has partnered with an NPO operating the center itself. In breaking the silence of poverty and the violence among victims of abuse and in contributing to women empowerment, the department continued to expand services to reach more vulnerable women in need of this care and in support of their quest to overcome trauma and become productive members of this society. The department maintained funding of these GBV shelters across the province, providing a haven for women and their children. Furthermore, continue with funding of accredited skills development courses so that when these women leave these gender violence areas, are ready and equipped to access opportunities for income generation or jobs. The committee acknowledged that there are about 63,538 victims of crime and violence that were provided with psychosocial services, and around 403 have accessed shelters accommodation, while about 7,861,369 beneficiaries participated in program of non-violence against women and children. The department during this financial year have received a total amount of around 5.6 billion. And for this quarter under review, this department has managed to spend about 1,537,096 across all the program, which represented about 98% of the allocated budget for that fourth quarter. So all the programs, Program 1, which is administration, Program 2, which is social welfare services, Program 3, children and families, Program 4, restorative services, and Program 5, which is development and research, have spent all their budget. The committee has some concern, Honorable Speaker. Our concern is that this department itself has breached its own funding policy, which indicated that the transfer of payment agreement must be paid before the beginning of the new financial year, which is before the 1st of April 2026. And we are now in the end of June, and we have a number of NPOs that have either signed the SLA or have never received any funding. So the committee is concerned with the delays in making sure that the Gauteng Central Food Bank is operating with the required personnel so that beneficiaries can receive their services. The committee therefore proposed the following recommendation. It's saying to the department, may the department submit a status report on written, the funding of NPOs, the signed SLAs, and also the report on SLAs that were found to have errors and were corrected. So we will be very happy if the department can brief the committee on a weekly basis. That's the week of the 3rd of July, the 10th of July, 17th of July, 24th of July, until the 1st of August. The department must submit a list of NPOs that have received funding without signing the service level agreement. The report should cover the period for 2023 until 2025. We will like that report on the 31st of July. The last one is that the department should submit a status report on written progress made regarding the Gauteng Central Food Bank, and the report should cover the following. 1, the number of employees that have been appointed since the established Central Food Bank. 2, the number of employees that have since lost their jobs from the decommissioned food banks that were run in all the 5 corridors. We would like to acknowledge our MEC for Social Development, Honorable Nomantura Lehoko, and her head of the department, together with the team. I would also like to express my appreciation to the members of this committee, which Honorable Kaba, Honorable Nseche, Honorable Mehwe, Honorable Abrams, Honorable Mwakene, Honorable More, Honorable Sesedinyane, Honorable Mazibandela, and for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during the deliberation during this 4th quarter that we were going through. The committee also like to thank the support staff led by Mayor Mpatswa Mbalwa and Mr. Sipongwala, Dr. Nweli, the researcher Nontlatla Jikolo, Ndate Moloi, Dimagatsongwenya, Mentlevi, Ndate Ngulu, and Mr. Mokoka for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve this mandate. After extensive deliberation, Honorable Speaker, the Social Development Committee adopted the 4th quarterly performance report on the Department of Social Development for the financial year 2024-2025 in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2C, read together with Rule 164. The Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, and considering the concern made in the report. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chokwe. Honorable members, is there a seconder?
Yes, Speaker, I rise to second the report.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Cheke. Honorable members, I now put the question. Excuse me, all those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. The yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, can you please read the next order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the 4th quarterly performance report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Alberts, is he online?
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, as the Chairperson of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee, hereby table the committee's oversight report on the 4th quarterly performance report of the Department of Economic Development, including entities for the 25-26 financial year as attached. Parts of the report not dealt with during this reading is to be deemed as read. This report primarily focuses on examining whether the budget allocated for the department and its entities is aligned to key government strategic priorities. Furthermore, the report assesses whether the objectives of the department correlate with the intended outputs as well as outcomes. The committee intends to interrogate and assess the overall departmental performance through in-year monitoring process, summary of findings per program, as well as stakeholder submissions on the 4th quarterly performance of the department. The department realized 94.74% of the set targets, therefore attaining 18 of 19 set targets, whilst entities attained 96 out of 110 planned targets, thus translating into 89% achievement. This remains concerning as the department and entities continue to fail in attaining all targets, particularly those that are related to job creation. In the previous quarter, entities fell short in attaining all targets in comparison to the department, wherein all targets were attained. The following entities reported their financial and non-financial information in the quarter under review: the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, including its subsidiaries, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Gauteng Gambling Board, Gauteng Tourism Authority, as well as the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. The department has spent 434.7 million against a budget amount of 435.2 million, which translates to the spending of 99.88% of its allocation for the quarter, with the variance amounting to 516,000 rand. This is an improvement in expenditure in comparison to the previous quarter, as the variance is within the acceptable 3% threshold. In the quarter under review, the administration program attained all 4 planned targets set for the quarter, accounting for 100% achievement. The attained targets involve 100% of the 205 suppliers paid within 15 days after receipt of a correct invoice. This is commended by the committee as it remains crucial to ensure the sustainability of small businesses as emphasized by the Public Service Commission. The committee noted that the department was also able to continue to exceed 2 targets relating to procurement spent on youth, wherein 57% was attained against the planned 15%, and women targets attained 67% against the planned 40%, owing to positive response to RFQs. In the quarter under review, the Integrated Economic Development Services Program attained 2 of the planned set targets, accounting for 100% attainment of targets, which includes 6 township economic development projects implemented and 500 MSMEs supported through the implementation of Township Economic Development Act. A detailed list of projects has been submitted to the committee in this regard. The program spent 100% of its allocation for the quarter, accounting for 80.3 million rand. Overall, the GLB has indicated to the committee that the automation system has improved turnaround times, reduced historical backlogs, enhanced communication with applicants, and strengthened regulatory compliance and oversight. The failures of the liquor automation system means that the GLB is not able to collect the expected revenue and also poses challenges related to possible corruption, as not all information can be captured on the system, whilst the system remains fragile. In this regard, the committee continues to be concerned and hold the view that the department should provide a report on a service level agreement that was signed with the contractor upon their appointment to develop the liquor automation system. The report should also outline whether GLB employed any punitive measures on the contractor's failure to implement the project, the expenditure for the development of the liquor automation system, including the payments made to the contractor for the services they provided prior to the cancellation of the contract through mutual agreement. On the Commission of Inquiry on the GLB on issues of fraud and corruption, the committee is of the view that the outcomes of the report must be shared with the Portfolio Committee, as that commission had concluded its work. The committee continues to be concerned about the failure of GEP to collect on its loan book. The view of the committee is that the non-attainment of this target is critical for the reinvestment into other projects within the GEP. The entity reported that a challenge experienced with the collection rate of the GEP loan book stems from the combination of both limited funding, which leads to the small loan book, as well as consequently lower repayment inflows. In addition to this combination of factors, the current economic situation also impacts on the ability of the enterprise to pay back the money owed to GEP. The explanation provided by GEP is not credible, as noted by the committee, leading to the committee to conclude that the lending criteria utilized by GEP is poorly structured and the vetting of businesses given loans is also not reliable. Despite the fact that GEP has implemented a stricter lending criterion, which is informed by some MSMEs who intentionally defrauded GEP, affecting the pace of loan approvals and disbursements. The stricter lending criteria is intended to enhance recoverability in future periods by improving the quality of approved applications and strengthening credit controls. The committee should be appraised of the stricter lending criteria aligned with the debt recovery initiatives and must show any fruitful results, noting that in the quarter under review, the target on loan repayments remained unattained. On the family tree and the distribution centre project, the department reported that following consideration and legal analysis by the department, the Commission of Inquiry into Family Tree is undertaking further work to address identified gaps. This process is expected to be completed by the end of June 2026 for further consideration by the shareholder. With regard to the distribution centre project, the department indicated that this project is part of the Family Tree Holdings project. The department should submit a report to the committee by the 31st July 2026. In submitting, the department should submit both the original report, which possessed the identified gaps, and the report that closed the gaps, which are still to be considered by the shareholder. The committee is particularly concerned about the irregular expenditure incurred by GEP, increasing from 2 million rand in the third quarter to 3 million rand in the fourth quarter. And therefore, the committee recommends. The committee does not condone irregular expenditure under any circumstances, and as such, the committee recommends that as part of the good governance, the matter of irregular expenditure should be brought to the attention of the MEC for the implementation of consequence management on the responsible managers. A report on this should be submitted by the 31st of July 2026. Then we come to the acknowledgements. Appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as the MEC and officials from the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during deliberations on the fourth quarter performance report for the 25-26 financial year of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. Gratitude specifically goes to the following honourable members: T. Kunene, B. Letswalu, M. Fikwe, M.S. Moriarty, Oma Tsabetela, F.K. Ngubeni, R.L. Abrams, R.F. Ngubeni, L.J. Evans, A. Ali Tinkani, Indele and Indelevo. It is an honor to lead such a hard-working team. Further appreciation goes to alternate members S.J. Dos Santos and P. Makwalo, who attend committees as and when required. Appreciation and gratitude also goes to the following persons: the Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Wadibe, Researchers, Mr. A. Malipani, Ms. Emma Kubere, Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Skosana, Committee Administrator, Ms. V. Makabetsi, Hands-out Recorder, Ms. S. Baloy, Public Participation Officer, Mr. B. Lomu, Public Participation Assistant, Ms. R. Matabula, Service Officers, Ms. L. Muslala and Ms. S. Mabazu, Z. Mabazu, Communication Officer, Mr. T. Ndo, Information Officers, Ms. A. Njiviu, for their devoted assistance. Adoption. After due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopt the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development fourth quarterly performance report for 25-26 financial year. And in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development fourth quarterly performance report for the 25-26 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Almeds. Honourable members, is there a seconder? Honourable
Madam
Libo?
Speaker, I rise to second the report.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I now put a question. All those in favour say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favour say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, the next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, the Portfolio Committee considered the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's fourth quarter performance report for the 25-26 financial year. The department achieved 61 of its 75 planned targets, representing an overall performance of 81%, an improvement from 78% in the previous quarter. While this indicates progress, significant concerns remain regarding expenditure, project management and service delivery. On the positive side, more than 4,800 producers received support, including over 3,000 subsistence women producers. 70 school food gardens were supported, exceeding the target. 1,407 veterinary interventions were conducted. 3,640 export certificates were issued. Agricultural exports exceeded annual targets, contributing significantly to the province's economy. The department achieved its targets for women-owned business procurement and township economy spending. All SANU commitments allocated to the departments were resolved. However, the committee remains concerned about the persistent structural weaknesses. Firstly, the department spent only 88% of its annual budget and only 66% of its projected fourth quarter budget. This pattern of under-expenditure continues to undermine service delivery and agricultural development. Secondly, critical infrastructure and capital projects remain incomplete. The committee has repeatedly raised concerns regarding project management failures, delayed implementation and poor expenditure on infrastructure programs. Thirdly, capacity constraints in supply chain management and finance continue to affect procurement processes, project delivery and the filling of critical vacancies. The committee is furthermore concerned about the slow finalization of the department's organizational structure, the high vacancy rate and the impact this has on service delivery. Honourable Speaker, foot and mouth disease outbreak also exposed weaknesses in biosecurity measures, movement control and vaccination strategies. While significant work has been done to contain the outbreak, stronger preventive measures are required. The committee therefore recommends that the department provide a detailed progress report on outstanding conditional grant commitments, submit timelines for finalising the organisational structure and filling critical vacancies, to provide a comprehensive update on foot and mouth disease prevention and control measurements, improve alignment between expenditure and service delivery targets, and accelerate the completion of infrastructure and capital projects. Honourable Speaker, the committee acknowledges the department's achievements but remains concerned that the under-expenditure, project delays and capacity constraints continue to limit the full impact of agricultural development programs in Gauteng. In terms of Rule 172C, read together with 164, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2025-26 financial year and recommends its adoption. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Honourable members, do we have a second?
I rise to second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. I now put a question, Honourable members. All those in favour say yes. Okay, those that are not in favour say no. Okay, the yeses have it, so the report is adopted. Secretary, can you please read the next order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of a Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Budget Vote number 12 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kabere.
Thank you once again, Honourable Speaker. May I please once again request that the part that I will not be read be taken as read. For the 2026-27 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation received the total budget allocation of 1,055,767,000, which shows a 4.2 increase from the 1,013,404,000 allocated in the 25-26 financial year. This allocation will increase over the medium-term expenditure framework to 1,087,546,000 in the 28-29 financial year. However, the department's allocations remains around the 1 billion mark like previous years, reflecting ongoing fiscal constraints while maintaining support for core programs. The focus remains on maximizing social impact through sport, arts, culture, recreations, libraries and heritage services. The 2026-27 budget of the department is designed to use sport, arts, culture and recreation, libraries and heritage as tools for social cohesion, youth empowerment, community development and economic participation across Gauteng. This allocation is in response to the national and provincial priorities as pronounced during the State of the Nation address and the State of the Province address. In terms of the program, per program allocation, the administration program received 12.3% of the total budget, cultural affairs received 24.6%, library and archival services received 31.7%, and sport and recreation received 31.4%. The department's largest spending priorities for 26-27 are libraries and archives and sport and recreation, which together account for roughly 63% of the department's total budget. The equitable share increased by 2.0 from 705,368,000 in the previous financial year to 719,481,000 in the current financial year. The allocation will continue to grow to 750,362,000 in the MTEF in the 28-29 financial year. The conditional grant, which comprises the Community Library Services Grant, the Mass Participation and the Sport Development Grant, and Expanded Public Works Program Integrated Grant, increased by 9.2% in the current year to 336,286,000. This allocation will grow over the MTF to 337,184,000 in the 27-28 financial year. The allocation for compensation of employees was increased from 365 million in the previous financial year to 411,156,000 in the financial year under review, reflecting a 12.6% increase. This allocation will grow to 450,432,000 in the 28-29 financial year due to additional funding of 68,600,000 earmarked for filling critical vacant posts over the MTF. The allocation for goods and services increased by 11.8% in the financial year under review, attributed to the reprioritization of the budget within the existing baseline to adequately fund operational costs and to the new sector performance indicator in the 26-27 financial year annual performance plan. The allocation will, however, decline over the 28-29 MTF period to 294,972,000. The transfer and subsidies decreased by 13.6%. The allocations for transfers to non-profit organizations were highly affected by this decline in allocation, as it is decreased by 14.2% from 105,897,000 to 90,856,000. And in the current financial year, it was further decreased by 42.6%, whereas transfers to municipalities were reduced by 9.7%. The department indicated that this reduction will negatively impact the procurement of new books and subscription to e-resources, digital transformation program, and capitalization of information resources, reduced services and operational hours due to understaffing, providing internet connectivity, cancellation of security services, which include library alarm systems, CCTV cameras in libraries, and a reduction in warm bodyguard stations in libraries, which experience high crime rates. The Gauteng Film Commission received an allocation of 42,729,000 in the year under review. This represents a 23.8% increase compared to the allocation to the previous financial year. The allocation will increase over the MTF period to 47,222,000 in the 28-29 financial year. The GFC is currently in the transition process to be registered as a public entity, which is planned for the year under review. However, funds were allocated to enable the Commission to continue creating an enabling environment that ensures individuals, organizations, and companies benefit from the film in Gauteng and ultimately contribute to radical economic transformation. The committee's focus on the Gauteng Film Commission is merely on its ability to generate economic value, attract investment, create sustainable jobs, transform the economy, and develop industry capacity. The committee findings concerns were details as follows. the reduction in funding to NPOs and community organizations from 42 to 22, and the impact this will have on these organizations that rely on the department for funding. The delays experienced in the establishment of the Gauteng Film Commission as a public entity, the library connectivity challenges and the limited reach of the Gauteng Provincial Network, delays in the operationalization of the Women's Living Heritage Monument, the decline in transfers to municipality by 9.7%, which has dire consequences for the implementation of the library program. The total budget of the department has remained around 1 billion mark over the years, which with not much impact on programs implemented in communities. And the recommendations of the committee were details of follows: review the targets for financial support provided to arts, culture, sport and recreation community organization by the 31st July, provide the committee with a comprehensive report on the establishment of the Gauteng Film Commission as a public entity by 31st July, conduct a comprehensive assessment of connectivity challenges across all public libraries, submit a detailed implementation and recovery plan for all delayed infrastructure projects, including the Women's Living Heritage Monument, with clear timelines, occupancy, certificate milestone and completion dates by 31st July, review transfers to municipalities' allocations to ensure that libraries in the province are properly resourced and well maintained, to engage the Treasury on the possible budget increase to realize their planned objective by the 31st July. And the committee will also like to thank the MEC for Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Honorable Lebogang Maile, HOD Mr. Mponawa, and the officials of the department. The committee appreciates the diligent deliberation of the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Member Ndlovu, Member Litswalo, Member Chabalala, Member Diacher, Member Sitika, Member Miso, and Member Adams. The committee also thanks the staff, Membalo, S. Nenweli, PC Gubutu, M. Shikwani, L. Dabula, G. Kiwis, A. Dikula, Refilo Muremi, J. Mamabule, and A. Mginindo for their role throughout the process. In accordance with Rule 117, Subsection 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the oversight report on the budget vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill be adopted by the House, considering consensus and proposed recommendations made in the report. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I second.
Thanks. I now put a question. Those in favor say yes. Those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Report adopted. Secretary, can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Budget speech and debate on the details of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Budget Vote number 12 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. MSC Maile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to colleagues in the Executive Council, members of the House, the HOD of the department, the CEO of the Film Commission, the stakeholders from different platforms. We also want to welcome representatives of the Blue Bulls, representatives of Boxing South Africa. We want to welcome representatives of Kaizer Chiefs, led by Ms. Jessica Mutaung. We also like to welcome the representatives of Orlando Pirates, the treble winners with their trophy, the trophies on display there. We
Gauteng, the residents of Gauteng, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege to stand before you in this August House to present the 2026-2027 budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. Sports, arts, culture, recreation and the preservation of our heritage are not peripheral concerns of government, but are the very heart of who we are as a people. They bind communities together, create economic opportunity, tell our story and inspire our youth to dream and achieve. Every rand allocated in this budget is a rand invested in the soul of Gauteng. The 2026-2027 financial year holds special significance. It marks the 50th anniversary of the June 16, 1976 student uprising, the 70th anniversary of the historic 1956 Women's March to the Union Buildings, and the 30th anniversary of the promulgation of our democratic constitution. These milestones call us to deepen our commitment to the values of freedom, dignity, and equality. For this financial year, the department has been allocated a total budget of 1.055 billion. This budget is funded through two principal streams: the provincial equitable share amounting to 719.4 million and conditional grants totaling 336.3 million. The conditional grants comprise two key instruments: the Community Library Services Grant of 193.4 million, which enables us to sustain and expand public library services through 9 municipalities across the province, and the Mass Participation and Sport Development Grant of 139.8 million, which drives grassroots participation in sports and recreation. An additional allocation is provided through the expanded Public Works Program integrated grant amounting to 3.1 million. Looking ahead, this budget grows to 1.059 billion in 2027-2028 and 1.87 billion in 2028-2029, reflecting the government's sustained commitment to our sector over the medium-term expenditure framework. I must, however, indicate that the overall growth in our budget is modest due to the implementation of downward inflation adjustments and the reallocation of funds for events, bidding and hosting to the Provincial Revenue Fund. We have therefore had to make deliberate choices, prioritize strategically, and manage our resources with the utmost efficiency. In terms of the economic classification, goods and services are allocated 303.8 million, while transfers and subsidies amounts to 301.8 million, supporting municipalities, public entities, non-profit organizations, and departmental agencies that deliver services on our behalf. Capital investment of 39 million are earmarked for the construction and development of infrastructure, sport and recreation facilities, and community libraries that will serve Gauteng communities for generations to come. Of the total infrastructure budget, 25.7 million is allocated to buildings and fixed structures, and 13.3 million to machinery and equipment. This budget is structured across 4 programs, each with a distinct mandate and measurable deliverables. Allow me to account to this House for what each program will achieve with the resource allocation. And I think the report presented by the Chair also deals in details, so I will not go into those details. because I'll have an opportunity to respond to the members when they debate. But the programs are firstly Program 1, which is administration, and then Program 2, which is arts, culture, and heritage. Program 3, which is library and archival services. And then Program 4, which is sports and recreation. And then those are all the details I was referring to and which have been referred to by the chairperson. The department is guided by a set of cross-cutting strategic priorities that reflects the imperatives of the Gauteng Medium-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2029 and national priorities of the Government of National Unity. The first is youth development, which remains our paramount priority, whether through school sport, youth literacy programs, creative incubation, or Learn to Swim program. Every major intervention in this budget is designed to give young Gauteng residents the skills, opportunities, and confidence to build their futures. We recognize that the province's demographic dividend can only be realized if we invest in young people today. The second is the economic empowerment of women, youth, persons with disabilities, and military veterans. This is embedded in both our procurement practices and our program delivery. We are not content with simply meeting transformation targets. We seek to exceed them. The 2025-2026 results demonstrates that this is possible. The third priority is social cohesion. This is the golden thread that runs through every program. In a province as diverse as Gauteng, sport, arts, culture, and heritage have a unique power to bridge divides, to create shared experiences, and to build the common identity that democracy requires. The OR Tambo Sochini Games, the premier social cohesion performing arts programs, national symbols awareness campaigns, heritage declarations, and multilingualism campaigns all serve this vital purpose. Our fourth priority and commitment to infrastructure development that will outlast this financial year and serve communities for decades. The construction of 2 new sports and recreation facilities, the establishment of 2 new libraries, the digital connectivity of 10 libraries through the GPN, the procurement of 160 computers for community libraries. Finally, the department is committed to fiscal discipline and efficient resource management. In an environment of constrained resources, we will continue to implement cost containment measures, manage compensation of employees within budget, and ensure that additional allocations are funded through intelligent reprioritization within our existing baseline. The Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation is deeply committed to its mandate to create an enabling environment and drive social transformation across the province. This budget is an indication of our core objective of promoting social cohesion, preserving heritage, and unlocking the economic potential of the creative and sporting industries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. For debate, Honorable Chabalala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The DA does not oppose sports, arts, culture, libraries, and recreation. We oppose the department's budget because its priorities are wrong. The department is allocated 1,055 million for 26-27. This is only an increase of just over 17 million, more than the 25-26 adjusted appropriation of 1.1 billion and 38 million. But within this small increase, the department has made choices that we cannot support. The administration budget increases from 173 million 0.280 to 221.862 million, representing a significant increase from over 48 million. At the same time, cultural affairs is cut from 243.700 million to 2121.62 million, resulting in reduction of over 31 million. Library and archival services decreased from 321 million to 297.63 million, which is a cut of over 23 million. Additionally, transfers and subsidies are reduced from over 352 million to just over 301 million, a decrease of over 50 million rand. This budget rewards administration while communities pay the price. The first casualty is our libraries. For thousands of learners, libraries are the only place to study after school. For many job seekers, they are only place to access the internet. For entire communities, they remain centers of learning and opportunity, yet the government has chosen to cut them. The same applies to arts and culture. You cannot claim to support artists while cutting the budget for programs responsible for supporting them. You cannot speak about preserving our heritage while reducing investment in the institutions that protect it. The numbers do not align with this rhetoric. The infrastructure budget does not meet the needs of Gauteng residents. The estimates of capital expenditure allocates just over 33 million for infrastructure in the 26-27 financial year. But the maintenance and repairs receive only just over 2 million. This is not maintenance, that is a managed decline. When government refuses to maintain public infrastructure, communities pay the price. First, through deteriorating facilities, and later through far greater cost of rebuilding them. A clear example is Mpatlalazani Theatre in Zone 14, Sebokeng. It has become vandalized and it is in the worst state of dilapidation. This is not just a building. It should be a home for varieties, school debates, theatre, music, dance and youth development. Instead, it stands as a proof of government neglect. The department's priorities are also reflected in how it spends its public money. Millions continue to be spent on commemorative events while community infrastructure crumbles. There is nothing wrong with celebrating our democracy, but celebrations cannot replace service delivery. Young people can engage in sports in a ceremony. Artists cannot perform in a speech. Learners cannot study in press conferences. The department's failure to extend sporting
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you. Member Poho, Honourable Member Poho.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to the citizens of Gauteng. Deputy Speaker, it is fitting that we debate this budget during the FIFA World Cup, where our national team is currently competing on the world stage. The performance of the national team is not only simply a reflection of individual talent, it's a reflection of the quality of the institutions responsible for identifying, developing, and nurturing talent. Players such as Ronan Williams, Relebohile Mofokeng did not emerge by accident. Their success is the product of schools, clubs, coaches, and development pathways that recognized and cultivated their abilities. If we want successful national teams, we must invest in successful institutions. It's therefore concerning that the 2026-27 budget appears more focused on funding events and measuring participation than on strengthening institutions, developmental structures, and community programs that produce talent, develop artists, and sustain participation in sports, arts, and culture. The department's own target reveal a very worrying trend. The number of arts and culture organizations receiving financial support will decline from 22 to 12, while the number of arts and culture events receiving financial support will also decline from 21 to 13. Beneficiaries of technical art skills programs will also decline from 300 to 250. While we recognize the importance of major events, the department must explain why grassroots cultural initiatives continue to struggle to access funding. There should be a dedicated and transparent funding stream for community-based cultural programs instead of forcing smaller organizations to compete with established events and institutions. This disconnect is evident in communities such as Orange Farm. In question 5, SP 035, we asked the department when cultural engagements and programs would reach Orange Farm. The fact that such a question had to be asked in the first place demonstrates how distant many departmental programs remain from communities they are intended to serve. Deputy Speaker, we continue to receive concerns regarding the implementation of Wednesday League, including poor coordination, inadequate communication, and insufficient support structures at school level. The department focuses heavily on participating targets, but far less attention is given to building coaching capacity within schools. Yet the success of school sport in Gauteng is often driven by committed teachers who volunteer their time and resources to keep programs running. We have seen schools such as Pelindaba High School, beat sports schools organizations such as Pretoria West and Atteridgeville School Sports Organization continue to produce results despite limited resources. Their success demonstrates that talent exists in every community. What we are missing is systematic support. Municipalities such as Moretele have demonstrated that accessible SAFA D and SAFA C coaching programs can be offered to ordinary residents. Gauteng should be leading similar initiatives. Development can not only mean tournaments, it also means producing coaches, referees, and administrators capable of sustaining sport long after the tournament has ended. We are equally concerned by the continued deterioration and delayed delivery of sporting, recreational, and heritage infrastructure. Communities experience developmental through functioning fields, libraries and community halls, museums and recreational centers, not through announcements alone. The Women's Living Heritage Museum remains symbolic for this challenge. For years, members of this committee have been assured that this project is nearing completion, yet communities are still waiting to fully benefit from the facility. Deputy Speaker, libraries remain among the most important public institutions available to working class communities. Yet in a province with more than 2,000 public schools, only 1,040 have functional and operational centralized. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Member Poho. Freedom Front. Oh, sorry. Member Skosan.
Greetings to you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, members of the House, and the people of South Africa. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in South Africa, with such proportions of youth unemployment, drug abuse, and criminality that continues to plague our communities, and Arts and Culture and Recreation Department becomes a strategic intervention in an attempt to alleviate some of these social ills. Therefore, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the budget of this department must reflect this critical imperative and its significance. It is more critical than ever before that the mandate of this department is executed diligently to achieve its intended social impact. The current budget for the year 2026-27, which stands at 1 billion rand, is grossly insufficient to ensure that the people of Gauteng, particularly the youth, enjoy fully equipped libraries, sports fields, swimming pools, and art galleries. It is through capturing the imagination of creativity of young people that the country can truly invest in its future prosperity. The unfortunate reality is that the department continues to fail our people with glaring manifestation of incompetencies that continue unabated. In Mamelodi, Vosloorus, and Dube, the Combi courts are dilapidated and out of commission. The library in Sharpeville still has no librarian. The swimming pool in Mamelodi has not opened for a full season in the past 3 years. In Soshanguve, Mirafong, Pekkersdal, there are absolutely no total facilities for sporting activities. The Vosloorus Stadium lights has been off ever since the past 3 years. Penn Slam Gymnastics in Katlehong and Tembisa have not received funding, but perpetually unfulfilled promises from the government. The Gauteng Film Commission is in disarray with severe governance challenges. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the list is inexhaustible. These budget debates have become spectacle for tomfoolery with no accountability mechanisms, and they remain by and large inconsequential to the material conditions of our people. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we remain extremely skeptical of an expenditure framework that is devoid of accountability, and this provides no certainty that these pressing concerns of our people will be addressed. I thank you.
Thank you, Mama Maskosana. Freedom Front. Freedom Front. Member Ali. Fundisi. PA. IFP. Member LD Yaga.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker, members of the House. The people of Gauteng deserve a Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation that opens libraries, honours their heritage, develops their children through sport, and supports the artists and storytellers who hold this province together. What they have received instead is a budget that grows its administration by 28% while cutting libraries and cultural affairs by more than 55 million combined. The DA cannot support Vote 12, and we will tell this House exactly why. Let us start with the numbers. Administration in this vote increases from 173 million to 221 million, a 48 million increase, 28% in a single year. At the same time, this department reported 202 vacant posts in its Q4 performance review. It failed to pay valid invoices within 15 days, its own target, and it recorded 9.9 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure and 3.7 million in irregular expenditure, without, as far as this House can determine, any meaningful consequence management. So the department is not filling posts. It is not paying its suppliers. It is wasting public money, and its answer is to give itself 48 million for administration. That is not capacity building. That is rewarding failure. The Library and Archive Services Programme is cut by 23.7 million. Municipal library transfers fall from 221 million to 194 million. 9 municipalities depend on those funds to keep the community libraries open, staffed and supplied. These are not luxury facilities, Deputy Speaker. For a child in Rotunda, a job seeker in Tembisa, a student in Kagiso who has no desk at home and no data on their phone, the community library is the most important public building in their neighbourhood. And yet, the Coxwood Community Library in Randfontein, a 15 million project, is only now entering construction after the implementing agent signed its contract late and handed over the site on the last day of the financial year. A year of delays rolled into this budget with no accountability and no penalty. The Zeefpakom and Millersteiner libraries are still at the design documentation stage, still on paper, still waiting. The people of those communities have been waiting long enough. Cultural Affairs loses 31.5 million. The number of arts and culture organisations financially supported falls from 22 to 12. Arts event support are halved. arts organisations that rely on this department to survive, to pay their people, to keep their doors open, are going to lose their funding. The Gauteng Film Commission, which should be a driver of the creative economy, records only 35% invoice payment compliance within 15 days. SMMEs and township film enterprises carry that cash flow risk. The governance transition of the GFC remains unresolved. Deputy Speaker, I want to speak about the Women's Living Heritage Monument at Sammy Mark Square in Tshwane. This monument was built to honour the women of South Africa. It received significant public funding. It was supposed to be open, operational and alive with the stories of women who shaped this country. It is not open. It has no occupancy certificate. It is deteriorating. And in this budget, it receives another 2.7 million, still at the construction stage, with no credible date for when these doors will open. That is not heritage protection. That is a monument to poor planning and broken promises. And it is not alone. Provincial museums and cultural sites across Gauteng face maintenance backlogs, security failures and resource shortfalls that this budget fails to address. The maintenance and repairs allocation for Vote 12's entire infrastructure program is 2.47 million, less than a quarter of 1% of this vote. That is not a maintenance budget, that is a gesture. Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance's position is clear. We support sport, arts, culture and recreation. Thank you.
Honourable Tlebere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Allow me, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to begin by conveying our thoughts and prayers to one of South Africa's most respected sons, Ephraim Shakes Mashaba, who is currently unwell. Bra Shakes served our country with distinction both as a player and as a coach, including as head coach of Bafana Bafana. He has dedicated his life to the development of football and young talent in South Africa. We wish him strength, comfort and speedy recovery, and we look forward to seeing his trademark smile with us again soon. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the year 2026 is a milestone year for our country on many fronts. It is a year that we celebrate the gallant spirit of the thousands of women who 70 years ago confronted the apartheid might and declared Wathinta Bafazi, Wathinta Mbokodo. We remain eternally grateful to those women as we celebrate the 70th anniversary of the historic Women's March. This year, we also remember the revolutionary spirit of the youth of 76 who rebelled against the bullets and beatings of the apartheid state as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the June 16 uprising. All those struggles makes us appreciate our constitution signed into law 30 years ago by Utata Nelson Mandela in Sharpeville even more. The budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation is presented in a year of profound significance in the history of our democracy. It was 31 years ago tomorrow that President Nelson Mandela donned the Springbok number 6 jersey and handed the Webb Ellis Trophy to Francois Pienaar at Ellis Park Stadium. In that single moment, sport demonstrated its power to unite a nation emerging from decades of division. This milestone reminds us that sports, arts, culture and heritage have never been peripheral to our struggle for liberation. They have always been powerful instruments of resistance, mobilization, nation building and social transformation. The youth of 1976 fought not only for better education, they fought for dignity, identity and freedom. Through art, culture, music, poetry, theatre and sport, generations of South Africa kept alive the dream of a democratic and non-racial South Africa. This is not only our vision, it is our mandate. It is a vision that the African National Congress placed before the people in 2024 when we committed ourselves to strengthening the role of sport as culture, heritage and the creative economy in building a united and prosperous society. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is therefore with pride that the ANC supports the allocation of 1 billion and 55 million to the Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2026-27 financial year. This budget demonstrates that even in a constrained fiscal environment, government continues to invest in programs that uplift communities, create opportunities and strengthen social cohesion. Sport, arts, culture are not luxuries. They are investment in people, healthier communities, safer communities and hope. The ANC has always understood the transformative power of sport to promote healthy lifestyle, combat substance abuse, keep young people away from crime, and build discipline, resilience, and leadership. As Tata Nelson Mandela reminded us, sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. Those words remain as relevant today as they were when they were first spoken. The ANC therefore welcomes the allocation of 324.1 million to the Sport and Recreation Program. This investment will support approximately 400 schools through Sport Wednesday program, 500 schools with sporting equipment and attire, 360 community sport clubs, 36 local leagues, 6 sport academies, learn to swim programs and community recreation initiatives. These are not simply the sporting programs, they are social, crime prevention, youth development and nation building interventions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, only a few days ago, South Africans witnessed a powerful demonstration of what sport can achieve. Bafana Bafana played to a hard-fought draw in Atlanta, Georgia. While we would have preferred a victory, the most important story was not on the field. The most important story was in the stands. Thousands of South Africans from different backgrounds stood side by side behind one team and one flag. For 90 minutes, there were no divisions. There were no barriers of race, language, or culture. There was only one identity, South Africans. The ANC wishes to express its appreciations to all South Africans who travels in their numbers to support Bafana Bafana. You represented our country with dignity and pride. You demonstrated to the world the true meaning of social cohesion. To the players, especially the talented Relé Mofokeng and the much-loved Tshepam Moremi, the technical team and the coaching staff, we wish you well as you prepare for the next match on the 25th June. Know that people of South Africa stand firmly behind you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, permit me a moment of personal pride. When I mention Relé Mofokeng and Tshepam Moremi, I'm not simply referring to two talented footballers. I'm referring to two young men from Sharpeville, from the well-known football community called 18 Moyeni, Kasiaka, Sharpeville. Young men who grew up in our communities and whose journeys begin on the football fields and dusty grounds of our Kasi. Those of us who come from Sharpeville know the football culture that shaped them. We know the dreams carried by young people growing up in places such as Vuka, Tshepiso, and Phomolong. As a proud daughter of Sharpeville, I take enormous pride in seeing these young men representing South Africa on the international stage. That success reminds us that talent exists in every township. Potential exists in every community. What young people need is opportunities. When government invests in sport development, we are investing in the next Relé Mofokeng. We are investing in the next Tshepam Moremi. We are investing in the future of South Africa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while we celebrate these successes, we must also acknowledge the challenges that remain. Many communities still lack adequate sporting facilities, while infrastructure backlogs and maintenance challenges continue to affect access to sport and recreation opportunities. And as a chair of the portfolio, I must emphasize that our support for this budget does not lessen our oversight responsibility. The people of Gauteng expect facilities to be completed on time. They expect public funds to be spent efficiently. They expect infrastructure projects to deliver tangible benefits to the communities. The Portfolio Committee will continue to exercise rigorous oversight to ensure that commitments made in this budget translate into measurable outcomes on the ground. We therefore welcome the department's continued investment in sports infrastructure, refurbishment project, and community facilities. Libraries remain amongst the most important public assets in our communities. As centers of learning, digital access and opportunity, they play a critical role in expanding access to knowledge. The ANC therefore welcome continued support for library services, digitalization initiatives, reading promotion programs, and support for the South African Library for the Blind. Arts and culture are not merely expression of identity. They create jobs, stimulate entrepreneurship, preserve our heritage, and tell our stories. The ANC welcomes support for creative incubation programs, arts organization, heritage preservation initiatives, and market access opportunities for creatives. The creative economy remains one of the sectors with significant potential to contribute to economic growth and employment creation. This budget supports the development of young creatives and provides opportunities for innovation, enterprise, and participation in the digital economy. As we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the June 16, it is fitting that young people remain at the center of this budget. Through this school sport literacy initiative, creative industries program, and community development intervention, this budget continues to invest in this youth of Gauteng. At the time when youth unemployment remains one of our greatest challenges, these programs create pathways for participation, development, and opportunity. Investing in young people today is investing in the future prosperity of Gauteng and South Africa. Gauteng continues to face challenges of inequality, unemployment, crime, substance abuse, and social fragmentation. Sports, arts, culture remain among the most effective tools available to address these challenges by bringing people together, creating opportunities, restoring dignity, and strengthening social cohesion. As we honor the youth of 1976, let us honor them not only through words but through action, by building libraries where there was once exclusion, by building sporting facilities where there was once neglect, by supporting artists where there was once marginalization, by creating opportunities where there was once despair, and by ensuring that every young person in Gauteng has an opportunity to learn, create, compete, and succeed. The scenes we witnessed in Atlanta reminded us of the South African we continue to build. A South Africa united in its diversity, a South Africa confident in its future, a South African where every child, whether from Sharkville, Soweto, Soshanguve, Alexander, or Sentin, can dream without limitation. As South African, we proudly say no DNA, just RSA. That is the vision reflected in this budget. That is the vision of the African National Congress. The ANC therefore proudly support Budget Vote 12 of the Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, Culture, and Recreation. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. MEC.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Speaker. You know, in the 16 years that I've been in this legislature, there's one organization that is consistently hypocritic, consistently lying and dishonest, and that is the Democratic Alliance. Because the Democratic Alliance tells us today that they don't support the fact that we will provide 4.5 million for libraries to be connected. So that's what they're saying to us. That's one. Two, the Democratic Alliance says today that they don't want us to give school sports 33 million rands. They are saying today that we must not declare 8 heritage sites. They are saying today, because that's what they're saying they are not agreeing with the budget. But most importantly,
order.
most
Order.
importantly, you must go and finish your matric first,
Wait.
so that you don't just talk to educated people just like that. So,
If you can just give me a second.
no,
Honorable
don't
Mayor.
worry about the Dom Corps.
Okay.
Yeah. So, what I'm saying is that this incompetent drunkard who's a Dom Corps, she does not want to acknowledge that we have not been able to increase the budget of this department for the last 14 years. Not because we don't want to, because in the next debate that we are going to venture into, we will be able to demonstrate that we have been deliberately increasing resources as this government to cater for the increasing numbers of learners in our schools from 1.4 million in 1995 to 2.8 million as we speak today. Budget increased by 1,600%. So the honorable member Chabalala, unfortunately, and I sympathize with him because he's a mayoral candidate, so you must talk about his locality. So he's a local person there. He does not have an appreciation of these other global issues which we are dealing with. He will not be able to comprehend. But from where we are sitting, Deputy Speaker.
Order.
I know these ones, I know when I speak, they must do like this. Otherwise, they will not get their increase. So, Honorable, yeah, they won't get promotion. So, Honorable, when there's a ratio, in government, there's a ratio that is being utilized when you deal with admin versus programs. The ratio that they are referring to is when you compare our admin budget versus what we spend on the programs, it's by far wide, and we are within that accepted ratio, and that is despite the challenges that we are facing. So I have indicated that in the budget we are allocating resources in various areas, including sports, including heritage, libraries, including yes. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm coming in the next debate. I'll attend to this collective Dom Corps, no problem.
Thank you, honorable members. Are you done, colleagues, honorable members? All right. In appreciating that there is rules, member Chabalal, member Bangan and Bon. No, man. But all of you, in appreciating that the rules allow heckling, let's also be considerate of our guests here in the gallery who must get the answers that they deserve. Let's speak. Shabalal, Jatet. I am not the one. Shabalal. I left you to do. Remember, Mfigwe? I've got this. I left you to do these things amongst yourself, but when I speak, I am not the one. Can I be listened to? I'm saying I appreciate the rules that accommodate that you can do the things you did. Hence, I allowed you to. Please, at the back of your minds, keep the fact that the Gauteng citizens are either following us virtually, others are here. Of course, you are exposing generally yourselves how you behave. But otherwise, you can't tell me who I must tell. I'm telling all of you. And I'm speaking. I've been respectful and you're going to give me that necessary respect. You have been doing, the person you are responding to, you did it in your own time. But I am saying to all of you, in doing what you're doing, please do not drown each other to the extent. I can't be telling MEC or telling you, when I was specific on member Shabalala, I forgot the name here. And I remember my that thing, you must not say it again. And member Mfiko and everybody else, this goes to all of you. So I do not need any debate on this. I'm not understanding why you are, I'm not the one to be heckled. Ne? Thank you very much. Let's proceed. Can I have order number 10, Secretary?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Education Budget Vote number 5 of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's Member Engelbrecht. Yeah, sorry, I beg your pardon, Member Engelbrecht. I'd forgotten the surname. Anyway. Member Mhlongo? Are we on Member Mhlongo?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby table the Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the budget for the Gauteng Department of Education, Vote 5, for the 2026-2027 financial year as follows. Madam Speaker, I'm going to request that parts of the report that are not read be taken as read. The 2026-27 financial year budget shows that the Gauteng Department of Education will receive funding from both provincial and national revenue resources in the form of equitable share and conditional grants. The department receives a total allocation of 70.9 billion in the 26-27 financial year, which includes 4.1 billion in conditional grants. The conditional grants constitutes 5.9% of the total allocation. The department's budget increases by 4.3% from the 25-26 main appropriation. According to the department, the increase is mainly attributed to additional allocations for early childhood development, the retention and appointment of educators, the school nutrition program, and scholar transport program. The committee noted that the department aims to maintain appropriate balance between personnel and non-expenditure, although personnel costs continue to absorb the largest share of the budget. Key areas supported through the budget include infrastructure development and maintenance of school buildings, transfers and subsidies to institutions and schools, the implementation of the National School Nutrition Program, district development and support, skills development, and technical and vocational skills. The committee noted that the department's overall budget responds to several provincial education priorities, including the delivery of quality education, support for vulnerable learners, the expansion of early childhood development, and the continued provision of public ordinary schooling. However, the committee remains concerned that the budget may not be sufficient to respond fully to the extent of infrastructure needs in the province, including the eradication of unsuitable and asbestos-affected structures, sanitation challenges, overcrowding, the provision of appropriate facilities, and major rehabilitation work required at a number of schools. The department further indicated that the budget is geared towards the capitalization of township technical schools, enhancing e-learning through investment in ICT, leasing of office buildings, school safety, and support to key education programs. These priorities are reflected through the department's annual targets across the 7 programs. The findings, proposed recommendations, and implications on lawmaking. The committee concerns and findings on Program 1 in terms of administration. The committee has noted with concern that the projected decline in the percentage of education current expenditure directed towards non-personnel items. The department's estimated performance was 24.6 in 25-26, whilst the target declines to 18.1 in 26-27, and a further 17.6 in 27-28 and 17% in 28-29. While the committee acknowledges that personnel expenditure is central to the delivery of education services, particularly in relation to educators, administrative staff, therapists, district officials, and other support personnel, schools also require adequate non-personnel to function effectively. Program 4, PSSE, the committee noted that they identified an additional support requirement for class assistants, particularly in relation to autism learners. The committee further is concerned about the availability of therapists and specialist staff, as these are personnel required to ensure that learners with special educational needs receive appropriate classroom support, therapy services, and specialist interventions. On Program 5, which is the ECDs, the committee has noted with concern that goods and services decreases by approximately 107,169,000. The department indicated that this decrease is due to budget cuts implemented to maintain fiscal sustainability. The committee is concerned that this is not immediately clear with specific deliverables or operational items within Program 5 and may be affected by this decrease. Program 6, ID, the committee notes with concern that reduced allocation to Program 6 infrastructure development may constrain the department's ability to respond adequately to the province's infrastructure backlog. In terms of recommendations, the committee recommends that the department provides the factors informing the projected decline in the percentage of education current expenditure directed towards non-personnel items over the MTF period. The response should indicate whether the current budget allocation is sufficient to protect critical school-level resources and programs, and whether the projected decline may have any negative implications for teaching, learning, learner support, and school functionality. The department should further outline the measures that will be implemented to mitigate any adverse impact and measure that essential non-personnel requirements are adequately supported. The committee recommends that the department provides its resourcing strategy for strengthening support to learners in public special schools. The strategy should address additional support required for class assistants, indicate whether the current budget can accommodate this requirement. The committee recommends that the department indicate which specific deliverables, activities, or operational items under Program 5, Early Childhood Development, will be affected by the decrease in goods and services. The committee further recommends that the department provide a consolidated infrastructure plan indicating how it will manage the reduced allocation whilst addressing critical infrastructure programs. Madam Deputy Speaker, we would like to thank the MEC for Education, Honorable Lebogang Maile, and his senior staff for the presentation of the budget and substantial and sustained efforts that they have made to inform the committee of the details of the budget vote. We would like to acknowledge the following members of the Portfolio Committee: Member Sesedinyane, Member Makubela, Member Dos Santos, Member Waters, Member Ngobeni, Member Ali, Member Moody, and Member Engelbert and Member Nkani, for their continued support during this process. We further want to appreciate the committee support team. In accordance with Rule 117(2)C, read together with Rule 164, I, Mwiponi Mhlongo, the Education Portfolio Chairperson, hereby recommends that this Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the budget for Gauteng Department of Education, Vote 5 for the 26-27 financial year, be adopted by the House, taking into consideration the committee concerns, proposals, as well as the recommendations. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Is there a seconder? Oh, yes, Member Dos Santos.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Rise to second.
Thank you, Member. I now put the question. All those who second the report, can they say aye or yes?
Aye.
Those who do not support, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Secretary, next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Budget speech and debate on the details of the Department of Education budget vote number 5 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002 of 2026 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Aida.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, colleagues in the Executive Council, the Chief Whip, the senior managers of the Department of Education, our different stakeholders, and a special word of mention to our learners who are with us today. Residents of Gauteng, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you in this August House to ixesha la malibonise apha. Ya ndifuna ndizibonele apha. Sendimdala uxelelo ndihlale phansi kumele ndizibonele ndiyabona eyo. Ndifuna ukusihlalela kaloku ndiyabulela. In this August House to present the 2026-2027 budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Education. This budget vote provides us with an opportunity to outline key areas that will focus on the 2026-2027 financial year as we implement our constitutional mandate of ensuring that quality learning and teaching takes place in classrooms across the province. The theme for our budget vote speech, it takes a village to raise a child, which is rooted in the appreciation that strengthening education in Gauteng fundamentally depends on strengthening ties with the community, parents and other stakeholders so that education remains a societal priority. The Gauteng Department of Education is the second highest number of learner enrollment in South Africa. As of 2026, there are over 2.86 million learners enrolled in our schools, with just over 2.82 million in ordinary public schools and 46,421 in special needs schools. The majority of our learners, amounting to just over 2.43 million, are enrolled in public schools, while 142,263 are in subsidized independent schools and 245,488 are in non-subsidized independent schools. Our learners are spread across 3,320 schools, with 2,109 of these being ordinary public schools, 273 subsidized independent schools, 772 non-subsidized independent schools, and 166 special schools. These significant learner and school numbers exist alongside educator numbers that are disproportionate. The province has 113,881 educators, with 108,935 in primary and secondary public schools and 4,946 in special needs schools. Gauteng faces a severe school overcrowding crisis owing to rapid in-migration and infrastructure backlogs that leave hundreds of townships and inner city schools with learner-to-teacher ratios that are above standard. It is for this reason that our budget prioritizes focus on departmental strategies that provide sustainable interventions which aims to change the education landscape, not only accelerate relevant quality learning, but also create conducive environment for teaching and learning. The Gauteng Department of Education will support the implementation of the 3 strategic priorities outlined in the 2024 to 2029 Gauteng Medium-Term Development Plan, specifically within Strategic Priority 2, that focuses on improved living conditions and enhancing health and well-being. Departmental strategies for this financial year as follows: the provisioning of quality early childhood development services, the delivering of high-quality education across the foundation, intermediate, senior, and further education and training phases, the changing of the education landscape to accelerate relevant and quality learning, the creation of safe schools that embody social cohesion, patriotism, and non-violence. The department's budget has increased from 68.68 billion in 2025-2026 to 70.9 billion in 2026-2027, an increase of 2.9 billion. That translates to a percentage increase of 4.3%. The budget will prioritize the outlined department strategies which are aimed at strengthening the provisioning of quality ECD services, change the education landscape to accelerate relevant quality learning, deliver high-quality education across the foundation, in intermediate, senior, and the further education and training phases, and create safe schools environment. For the provisioning of quality ECD services, that will be anchored on prioritizing grade R as compulsory for all learners, expanding access to ECD programs, and ensuring child readiness and capability for primary school. 994 million has been budgeted to ensure the delivery of high-quality education across the foundation, intermediate, senior, and the further education and training phases. Key strategies have been adopted. These include the Math, Science, and Technology strategy, the Technical High School strategy, and the FET improvement plan. Additionally, we are implementing the GET language and reading improvement program, the mathematics improvement program, and the secondary school intervention programs for grade 10 to 12. A total of 1.2 billion has been provisioned for this. Changing the education landscape to accelerate relevant and quality learning is a crucial priority of the department. It rests on implementing the school modernization program to reduce overcrowding and improve infrastructure in public schools. Strengthening and expanding schools of specialization, repositioning principal and educator support, implementing the reorganization of schools program, and intensifying schools governing body and the district support. For this intervention, we are allocating 3.7 billion. For the creation of safe schools environment and the promotion of social cohesion, the department is prioritizing the implementation of school sports, arts, and culture programs in all schools. This includes the school health program, the anti-drugs program, and girl-child support and guidance. Additionally, we are prioritizing psychosocial support in schools because it is essential for safeguarding students and teachers' emotional well-being by addressing trauma, anxiety, and socio-economic hardships. Psychosocial support helps to create a safe learning environment that improves academic performance, reduces behavioral disruptions such as bullying, and prevent educator burnout. We seek to create safe schools that embody social cohesion, patriotism, and non-violence. For this intervention, we will allocate 3.3 billion. The 2026-2027 conditional budget amounts to a conditional grant to 3.9 billion and will be allocated as follows. 1.9 billion has been allocated to the education infrastructure grant. 40.2 million has been allocated to the HIV and AIDS life skills education grant. 1.2 billion has been allocated to the National School Nutrition Program grant. 67.4 million has been allocated to the Mathematics, Science and Technology grant. 41.5 million has been allocated to the Learners with Profound Intellectual Disabilities grant. 7 million has been allocated to the expanded Public Works Program incentive grant. 855 million has been allocated to the Early Childhood Development grant. The 2026-2027 compensation of employees budget amounts to 54.6 billion. This budget has increased by 5%, translating to a rent value increase of 2.6 billion. The compensation of employees' budget constitutes 77.1% of the total department budget. Compensating government employees fairly is essential to attract skilled talent, maintain service delivery, reduce turnover, and ensure public trust. The public service lack private sector profit incentives because our priority is to ensure the public good rather than increase profit. Our shareholder value derives from the quality of the public good itself. For this reason, competitive salaries and benefits are critical to keeping public institutions stable and effective. We also do transfers. There's also infrastructure funding. And we also conclude by saying for the Gauteng Department of Education, equity and inclusion are non-negotiable principles. We are committed to eradicating disparities in public schooling, etc., etc. We will come back second round. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Tosanders.
Thank you, Mayor and Deputy Speaker. Just to note, I have spoken to the presiding officers. Honourable Waters isn't speaking, so I'm taking up his 3 minutes. So I'll be speaking 7 minutes in total.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Member Waters is... Okay, the Chief Whip. Okay.
Yes.
On this order paper, we've got 2 speakers, but Member Waters was with a study tour in Russia. So he'd like to appropriate Member Waters' time, so we combine the time to 8 minutes.
That's sorted, don't worry. It's sorted, it has been communicated to the table.
No, I was
So
just
you come
checking
back.
because it does say 4 minutes. Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, behind every budget line is a child waiting for a place in a classroom, a parent anxious about their child's future, and an educator struggling to deliver quality education with limited resources. Every day, thousands of learners across Gauteng are forced to navigate overcrowded classrooms, inadequate facilities, and persistent resource shortages. Meanwhile, parents endure the uncertainty of an education system that continues to fail them. Accordingly, this budget exposes the growing gap between Premier Panyaza Lesufi's promises and the lived reality of learners, parents, and educators across Gauteng. While the Gauteng Department of Education has been allocated more than 70 billion rand, the question before the House is whether this budget will address the real challenges facing our education system or merely prop up a failing framework that leaves countless learners behind. The true test of any education budget is not how much the government spends. The true test is whether learners are better off, and by that measure, this budget fails. Although the budget allocation has increased, we must question whether it will truly address the challenges facing our schools. This is the same department that recorded an irregular expenditure of 1.5 billion rand because procurement services for goods and services were not followed correctly. For years, the Democratic Alliance has warned about overcrowded classrooms, aging infrastructure, mobile schools, ongoing school placement crisis, and worst of all, asbestos structures that still haunt our learners today. Yet despite these warnings, many of these challenges remain unresolved. The most concerning aspect of this budget is that infrastructure funding in Programme 6 has been reduced by 135 million rand, which translates to a negative 4.7%, at a time when Gauteng desperately needs more schools and classrooms. The Infrastructure Development Programme, IDP, decreased despite the province continuing to face severe placement pressures, growing learner numbers, and significant infrastructure backlogs. This reduction directly contradicts the Gauteng provincial government's commitment to expand school infrastructure and increase capacity. Premier Lesufi has repeatedly announced plans to build 18 new schools, and several years later, we are still waiting to see them. The reality is that Gauteng cannot solve its admission crisis without building more schools. It cannot reduce overcrowding without increasing capacity learning. It cannot replace asbestos schools and mobile classrooms while reducing the budget available for infrastructure delivery. The department admits that asbestos schools remain and that dozens of mobile schools still require replacements, yet progress remains at a snail's pace. As a result, learners remain trapped in overcrowded classrooms, dilapidated buildings, and temporary structures. The department continues to face serious maintenance challenges. Across Gauteng, learners are forced to learn in schools with deteriorating infrastructure, damaged ablution facilities, unreliable water and electricity supply. Shockingly, schools were told in January 2026 that the maintenance budget had already run out. As the department misses its maintenance targets and repairs are delayed, learner safety is compromised and future costs continue to rise. Deputy Speaker, this budget comes at a time when schools across Gauteng are facing mounting challenges. The department replies to questions posed by the Democratic Alliance reveal a dramatic increase in the number of schools facing electricity disconnections due to municipal debts. Learners are expected to learn in schools without electricity, functioning technology, or the basic conditions required for teaching and learning. While the Gauteng Department of Education speaks about its commitment to quality education, it has imposed a devastating 64% cut to operational funding for quintile public schools. These are not private schools, these are public schools educating hundreds of thousands of Gauteng learners. They rely on these allocations to pay for security, cleaning, electricity, water, maintenance, learning resources, and the basic services that schools function every day. A cut of this magnitude is not an efficiency measure. It is a direct attack on schools' ability to provide a safe and effective learning environment. The inevitable consequence will be increased pressure on parents, reduced services at school, and fewer resources reaching learners. Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government found billions to pay for the failed e-toll projects, but now claims it cannot find the money to protect school budgets. This is not a financial decision. It is a political choice with devastating consequences for Gauteng learners. Interestingly, when the government needed to clean up the mess of its failed policies, monies were found. But when schools need funding to keep the lights on, maintain facilities, and provide a safe learning environment, the money is suddenly unavailable. That tells us everything we need to know about this government's priorities. Equally concerning is that while infrastructure funding declines, the administration program receives one of the largest budget increases of 521.6 million rand. But parents are asking for schools with safe classrooms and timely infrastructure projects for their children, not more resources consumed by administrative growth. At the same time, the department continues to increase funding for entities such as the Matthew Guniwe School of Leadership of Governance, while cutting school funding to schools themselves. Parents, educators, and school governing bodies are therefore entitled to ask a simple question: why are classrooms being cut while bureaucracy is being protected? The Examination Services Related Service Program receives the largest budget cut of 519.8 million rand. This program supports examination, support services, and learner interventions, yet the department cannot adequately explain how it will manage these functions with such a substantial budget cut. While we welcome the improvement in matric results and look forward to further progress this year, educational success cannot be measured by the pass rate alone. Learners' access to quality education, the achievement of meaningful outcomes in mathematics and physical science, and their preparedness for further education and eventual employment should also serve as the barometer. The DA remains deeply concerned that the GPG continues to measure its success by how much money is spent rather than by the outcomes achieved for learners. A fully spent budget means little to a learner in an overcrowded classroom, a parent whose child cannot access a school near home, or a community that has waited for years for a promised school. The DA believes government must get the basics right, keep schools open, keep the lights on, keep schools safe, provide every learner with textbooks, and maintain classrooms. The DA believes that every child, regardless of their background or where they live, deserves access to quality education that equips them to succeed in life.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
The budget vote does none of this and therefore cannot be supported by the DA.
Member Ngobeni.
Spend it where he needs it.
Member Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to the people of Gauteng. As we open this debate, we'd like to acknowledge the department's It Takes a Village program, through which the department have over recent weeks undertaken oversight visits to schools across Gauteng. Several of these schools are institutions that the EFF has consistently raised concerns Windmill Park Secondary School in Boksburg, one of the schools most severely affected by overcrowding in the province. We therefore hope that these visits translates into meaningful interventions for these schools. Deputy Speaker, education remains the single largest area of provincial expenditure. In the 2026-2027 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Education receives 70.9 billion, accounting for almost 9% of the provincial budget. Public ordinary schools remains the largest program within the department, receiving almost 50 billion, which this allocation rightly prioritizes educators, classroom teaching and learner support. However, the department itself projects that the expenditure on non-personnel items will decline from 24.6% to 18.1% over the medium term. This means a greater share of expenditure is absorbed by compensation, while a smaller share remains available for maintenance, operational support, and other school-level interventions. The consequences are already visible. Gauteng schools collectively owe municipalities almost 600 million, while many schools continue to struggle with maintenance backlogs, security challenges, and aging infrastructures. Deputy Speaker, nowhere in the contradiction within this budget more visible than in infrastructure. The department has acknowledged that Gauteng requires at least 200 additional schools at an estimated cost of 35 billion. More than 1,000 schools remain overcrowded, and learner numbers continue to increase as a result of population growth and migration into the province. Yet, despite infrastructure being identified as one of the department's greatest challenges, the education infrastructure grant decreases from 2.36 billion in the previous financial year to 1.9 billion in 2026-2027. We must note, however, Deputy Speaker, the infrastructure challenge facing Gauteng is too severe for resources to be lost through poor planning, weak controls, and irregular expenditure. The lessons of the previous financial year must inform the implementation of this budget. The department's annual report for the last financial year revealed significant irregular expenditure in areas such as mobile classrooms, security services, and school nutrition program. At a time when Gauteng requires 35 billion for additional schools and continues to face severe overcrowding, every rand entrusted to the department must be spent efficiently, transparently, and for its intended purpose. Similarly, the continued expansion of schools of specialization is welcomed. The number of schools of specialization is expected to increase from 37 to 42 this financial year. However, specialized excellence cannot become a substitute for improving conditions in the mainstream schools affected by overcrowding and infrastructure shortages. Earlier this year, Gauteng witnessed a significant disruption in scholar transport services, affecting 238,276 learners across the province. The department's own figures further indicate that while the program was budgeted to add approximately 965 million, expenditure pressure grew to 1.4 billion during the last financial year. The department must therefore ensure that scholar transport remains adequately funded and protected from future disruptions. The school nutrition programs remains one of the most important poverty alleviation interventions within the education system. We note that the National School Nutrition Program grant increases from 1.21 billion to 1.25 billion. The department must, however, ensure that the allocation keep pace with the rising food costs and growing learner numbers.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Member Dilebo.
Greetings to you, Honourable Deputy Speaker and the House at large. As the Mkhonto Wesizwe Party, we rise to debate the budget allocation of 70.9 billion to the Gauteng Department of Education. While this allocation appears substantial, a budget is meaningless if it does not improve the quality of education and learning conditions for our children. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Gauteng's education system remains under severe pressure. The department has repeatedly committed itself to building new schools, yet many projects remain delayed while learner numbers continue to grow. As a result, overcrowded classrooms have become the norm rather than the exception. Parents across Gauteng continue to struggle to secure placement for their children in schools close to their communities. Government cannot ignore the growing pressure that migration and population growth place on an already overstretched education system. While the right to education must be protected, the department must also provide practical and transparent plan to ensure that all learners can access quality education without compromising standards. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the online admission system continues to frustrate thousands of parents every year. Families are forced to take time off, travel to district offices, and navigate unnecessary administrative obstacles simply to secure school placement for their children. This cannot be regarded as efficient service delivery. We are equally concerned by allegations of corruption surrounding the department, particularly the controversy involving the 9 billion school nutrition program. The continued lack of transparency raises serious concerns about accountability and proper use of public funds intended to support vulnerable learners. As the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we call on the department to prioritize school infrastructure, address overcrowding, reform the admission system, and also ensure full accountability for any corruption within its programs. The children of Gauteng deserve safe schools, quality education, and a government that delivers on its promises. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, Kwazam Konto.
Thank you, Member Dilebo.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Department of Education has to seriously revisit their school funding model. Schools are given a budget every year, that's millions. The SGB and senior school management has to use this money to pay for all running costs, excluding the salaries of educators. We have the challenge of how the quintile system works. It deals with the infrastructure, etc. It does not speak to the issue of the LSM, of the community a particular school serves. Therefore, a quintile 4 school or 5 school can also be a school supported via the school feeding scheme. What is an issue of grave concern is the allocation of funding per child in a quintile 1 school as compared to a child in a quintile 4 or 5 school. The difference is huge. The costs of maintenance and upkeep of schools, some of them both 40 or even 100 years old, such as the Kliptown Senior Secondary School. And therefore, it is very high. The number of learners in most schools exceeds 50% of what it was originally built to cater for, putting heavy strain on the age infrastructure as well as on the finances of the schools. Therefore, we often have municipal services such as electricity and water being cut to schools who inevitably fall into default. This impacts negatively on the environment learners are to receive education in. As I mentioned earlier, the SGB and senior school management have the responsibility to handle the budget allocated to the particular school. They have to pay all the bills. Many of these services require the services of contractors. Many SGBs are not equipped to oversee such contracts and budget spent. It often leads to squabbling among SGB members as well as school management with accusations of corruption. We all know that it is difficult to handle any budget. Schools have to submit audited statements at the end of each financial year. This requires the schools to hire the services of qualified accountants and auditors, an additional expense. Who checks to see these submitted reports are legitimate? I would therefore propose that the department reconsider the present flawed funding model, that the department take over the budget of schools and only give them a budget to deal with petty cash disbursements. That way, government leaves school management to do what they are trained to do, and that is to teach our children, and SGBs to assist in the overall management of schools. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Honourable Ali. Mike.
Sabotage. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker Wam. Today, I rise to assume the position of advisor to the Premier. I know it's above my pay grade, but please indulge me, if you will. Upia no Premier agako. Manimbona, please nimtshele ngiyam advisor namhlanje. Deputy Speaker, I'm calling for a reshuffle. I have seen on social media that there are certain political parties who are at liberty to advise the head of state and tell the head of state who to put and who to withdraw. So I'm also taking liberties today. I'm calling for a reshuffle wherein the Premier will separate the portfolio of education from that of sports, arts, culture and recreation. It's not only because I believe that our children's future is far too important a job to be left to the likes of a certain Lebogang Maile, but also because I'm of the view that both education and the arts are crucial components in the socio-economic development of our province, and neither should be left to play second fiddle to the other. We need an MEC solely dedicated to the cultural, creative and sports industries if we are to fully tap into the potential of this sector, which is a primary driver of the country's soft power and wealth, contributing 270 billion rand. That's almost 4% of the national GDP. That's about 1 million jobs that it creates. Now, this is also a sector that has given us a musical maestro, the late, great Abdullah Brahim, who now serenades the heavens. May his soul rest in eternal peace. When it comes to education in Gauteng, Deputy Speaker, this is a department beset by a plethora of issues outside the classroom. I'm talking about learner transport issues, school admission, nutrition, safety, infrastructure, substance abuse, violence, teen pregnancies, overcrowding. This is before we can even discuss the goings-on inside the classroom. Therefore, we desperately need a focused MEC to correctly handle the aforementioned, especially since the woes are incremental year on year, as MEC Maile alluded to the fact that there is continued influx of learners from across the country to Gauteng, dare I say even across the continent and the world at large. And so what do we do if we separate education from sports, arts, culture and recreation? What do we do with that additional portfolio and its financial implications? Don't worry, the advisor has got some advice. We can take the environment department and merge it with agriculture, and we can leave it in the capable hands of the Deputy Premier of Gauteng, Vuyisa Ramokgopa. And that will cut out the need for us to spend additional money on another portfolio. This is my submission. I don't even want to talk about the budget and whether we support or we don't support. I'm giving advice that will help the House at large. I submit and I thank you.
I want to say something. Honorable members, thank you. Honorable Ali, the advisor to the Premier, thank you. I want to say something, just that I don't know if I should say it. Let me switch off the mic so that I say.
Deputy Speaker, it's Alberts. It should be a member Alberts.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Honorable Alberts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recent events in the Education Department are indicative of poor management and financial planning that are prejudicial to the Gauteng school community. While the Education Department receives the bulk of the provincial budget, it is still not able to provide essential services to public schools as per its mandate. The most recent and scandalous example is the non-payment or underpayment of promised subsidies to various schools across the province. One school received only 8,000 rand instead of the committed 130,000 rand. Another school only received 7,600 rand instead of the promised 135,000 rand. These two schools, like the many others who received or no or little funding, will not be able to continue as normal public schools should this poor service delivery by the department continue. This dereliction of payment affects all schools negatively, but disproportionately so for quintiles 1 to 3 schools. Therefore, the poorest learners are falling even further behind due to the inability of their schools to provide basic educational services due to non-payment from the department. This problem arises in addition to the existing problem of the drastically lowered subsidies for quintile 5 schools. The perception is thus developing that the department is losing grip on the execution of its mandate to service existing schools while having fallen seriously behind in building new schools to accommodate the growing number of learners in the province. It also seems that the budget of this department has become a target to slice pieces of funding off for use by other departments where severe shortages exist. The time has come now to audit the department's policy and executive systems and redesign it to achieve more with less, while initiating proper future planning for the further increase of learner numbers into the future. The Freedom Front Plus thus expects comprehensive answers on the poor services by the department from the MEC, especially regarding the non-payment of committed and promised funding. I thank you.
Thank you. Member Ali, I'm tempted to give you free time of IFA. Honorable Engelbrecht, your time starts now.
Deputy Speaker, the 26-27 budget for learners with special needs is 5.7 billion, but does not give them the support they deserve. These children are waiting to be seen and supported. Most of this allocation is absorbed by salaries, while the practical support they need is totally underfunded. LSEN schools continue to face severe shortages of assistive devices, specialised learning material, safe infrastructure, sensory rooms, therapy rooms, and proper vocational pathways. Deputy Speaker, the DA would ring-fence LSEN infrastructure funding, we would expand specialist support, we would prepare our special needs learners for a life of skills and greater independence, to ensure every single disabled learner in Gauteng is seen, supported, and given the dignity that they deserve. I thank you.
Thank you, Member. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, this debate takes place at a profound moment in our history. We mark 50 years since the heroic youth uprising of 1976. 50 years after the Soweto uprising, we honor the youth who resisted an education system designed to entrench colonial and apartheid oppression. Their struggle was not only against language policy, but against a system that denied an African child knowledge and opportunity. As we build a more equal education system today, we continue the democratic struggle for educational liberation that they began. This generation understood that it takes a village to fight against an oppressive system. Today, we say it takes a village to educate a child. In understanding this struggle, we are reminded of Paulo Ferreiro's analysis in the Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Ferreira teaches us that oppressive systems are not neutral. They are designed to shape the consciousness itself in the interest of the oppressor. They reduce human beings into passive recipients of knowledge and obedience to oppression rather than active creators of history by decisively confronting the structure of oppression. Bantu education was an instrument of domination that sought to naturalize inequality and make submission appear normal. The youth of 1976 refused this condition. They insisted on becoming subjects of history rather than objects of exploitation. It is within this tradition of resistance and liberation that we evaluate the progress of the Gauteng Department of Education. The department achieved 86.3% of its annual performance targets, with 38 of 44 indicators successfully met. These are not abstract administrative achievements. They represent real progress in dismantling the material legacy of an apartheid education system. One of the most significant achievements is the expansion of the early childhood development learning. Large numbers of children accessed ECD and Grade R programs, whilst thousands of practitioners were converted into formal teaching posts, thus strengthening professionalism and stability in the foundation phase. For an ordinary child in Davidton, in Kagiso, in Diepsloot, in Mamelodi, in Sebokeng, in Alexandra or Orange Farm, this means something profound. It means arriving in grade 1 ready to read, ready to count, and ready to learn. It means reducing the educational disadvantage that poverty imposes from birth. It means beginning life on a more equal footing. This is not charity, it is justice. It is the practical expression of transformation. The department has intensified its focus on literacy and reading. Through their reading campaigns, literacy assessments, and targeted interventions, the province continues to strengthen foundational learning. Reading is more than a technical school, it is a tool of liberation that enables learners from historically disadvantaged communities to break the cycle of inherited poverty and exclusion. The department has also expanded mathematics, science, technology, coding, and robotics programs, while supporting educators and providing learners with opportunities for academic enrichment. For township learners, this means access to the skills and knowledge required to participate in the modern economy, actively reversing apartheid's historic exclusion from scientific and technological advancement. Significant progress has been made in digital transformation through the provision of learner devices, digital learning platforms, smart classroom technologies, and artificial intelligence-supported learning tools. This is democratizing access to knowledge and ensuring that learners, regardless of their socio-economic background, can participate in an increasingly digital world. The department has strengthened inclusive education by providing assistive devices, specialist support services for learners with disabilities. The opening of Dr. W.K. du Plessis affirms the principle that every child matters and that education must be accessible for all. For learners with special educational needs, particularly in townships and rural communities, inclusion means dignity, it means participation, it means equal opportunity. The ANC-led government continues to advance pro-poor interventions through the no-fee schooling, through school nutrition, and scholar transport programs. These interventions are the backbone of public education. They remove the barriers created by poverty and ensure that children can fully participate in education. For poor and working-class communities, they represent the difference between exclusion and opportunity. Progress in school infrastructure, including new classrooms, maintenance projects, and the construction of additional schools, is helping to address overcrowding and improve learning conditions. This contributes to restoring dignity and correcting the special inequalities inherited from apartheid. Rasteval Secondary School is one such as an example of a school. The expansion of schools of specialization is creating pathways into strategic sectors such as engineering, commerce, information technology, media, and for the first time in our South African schools history, we have a Rhodesfield School of Aviation. For learners from historically disadvantaged communities, this provides opportunities, facilities, and career pathways that were once reserved for a privileged minority. These interventions give a practical expression to the ANC conference's resolution and manifesto commitments to build a capable developmental state, to expand access to quality education, to advance social justice and use education as a vehicle for transformation, inclusion, and shared prosperity. We must also acknowledge the national recognition received by this Department of Education. At the 2025 National Batupili Innovation Awards, the Gauteng Department of Education was recognized for excellence in service delivery and innovation. The Katlehong Engineering School of Specialization received the Gold Award for Best Public Service Delivery Institution. Its principal was recognized for leadership excellence. The Reorganization Schools program received multiple gold awards and was named overall winner. These achievements demonstrate the transformation and excellence which are not contradictory to each other. They reinforce one another. They show that a public education system can innovate, perform, and lead because it takes a village. It is therefore important to situate these achievements within the broader historical context of the 1994 transformation. When the ANC assumed government, it inherited a deeply unequal system structured along racial lines. Educational resources, infrastructure, and opportunities were distributed in accordance with apartheid logic. Since 1994, that system has been fundamentally transformed. Millions of learners now attend no-fee schools. School nutrition programs reach millions daily. Access to early childhood education has expanded dramatically. Infrastructure investment has prioritized historically disadvantaged communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a need for me to expose the enemies of transformation, the Democratic Alliance and their ideological tradition from which it emerges for what they represent in South Africa. Through the liberal rhetoric, the DA would have our people believe that it stands for freedom, fairness, and opportunity. Yet, beneath this carefully constructed fallacy lies a toxic consecutive political project whose primary purpose is to defend the social and economic architecture that was inherited from apartheid and colonialism. South African liberalism developed under conditions of colonial conquest and settler rule. It evolved alongside the expansion of British imperial power and became one of the ideological instruments through which colonial society justified itself. It was never born.
It has empowered you.
It was never born from the struggles of the dispossessed. It was never forged in resistance to colonial domination. Rather, it emerged within a society structured by privilege, racial privilege, and sought to reform that society without fundamentally dismantling the foundations upon which it rested. For much of its history, South African liberalism opposed the full extent of political power to the South African majority. It feared genuine majority rule. It feared the transfer of economic power. It feared the consequences of justice. That fear did not disappear in 1994. It merely changed its language. What was once expressed as an open racial exclusion is now expressed through appeals to so-called colorblindness, meritocracy, and individualism. That language has changed, but your objective has not changed.
Honorable members,
the DA speaks the language of
Member
non-racialism.
Mtongo, can you just pause a bit? Honorable members, can we listen to each other? Msimang, don't start. I am going to repeat. I said you are allowed to heckle, it's in the rules. But heckling will also not override the rights of those who must hear what must be said. I'm saying it for the second time. So don't teach me rules. I spoke on the rule initially. So I was not able to. Honorable Msimang, ubungeko up.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. I had paused her time. We're starting again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The DA speaks the language of non-racialism whilst opposing many of the practical measures required to overcome the racial inequalities created by apartheid. It speaks of equality whilst resisting transformation. It speaks of opportunity while opposing many of the mechanisms designed to create opportunity for those who were historically denied. It speaks of freedom while remaining silent about the concentration of economic power that continues to reflect racial patterns established under colonialism and apartheid. That is why the DA's politics must be understood not as a force of transformation, but a force of preserving the legacy of apartheid and colonialism. The DA asks us to believe that for centuries of dispossession, exclusion and exploitation can be overcome without deliberate intervention. It asks the descendants of oppressed to compete in terms established by the descendants of privilege and then calls the outcome merit. That is not justice, that is the perpetuation of historical inequality. The greatest victory of oppression is achieved when inequality is represented as natural, when privilege is seen as merit, when transformation is seen as unfairness. That is the precise ideological function performed by the DA's brand of liberalism. In doing so, it attempts to protect the economic and social legacy of colonialism while denying responsibility for its consequences. The ANC rejects this politics of preservation. We reject the notion that structural injustice can be corrected without structural change. The struggle for quality education, economic transformation, social justice requires redistribution of opportunity, the democratization of knowledge, and the transformation of institutions. It requires the continued defeat of all ideological projects that seek to preserve privilege under the guise of neutrality. It requires the continued defeat. Education is not class neutral. It has always been shaped by power relations. When we provide school nutrition, when we provide transport, we are removing barriers created by poverty. When we invest in infrastructure, we are building dignity. Together, these interventions constitute a program of liberation and quality education. Member Dilemo. The ANC remains committed to ensuring that education serves as a tool for emancipation rather than exclusion. We remain committed to building a society in which every child matters. We remain committed to educating learners as a village. We remain committed to complementing the unfinished work task of educational liberation. Madam Speaker, the ANC supports this budget. I thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Member Ezra Man. Member Msiba, you can unleash and then not receive. Sit. Come hold. You didn't write to the table that you are leaving. Sit. To where? We want to be notified as the table. We want to be notified. Sit. Leader of the DA in Gauteng, can you say, take your seat? I want to proceed. Yes. You are defying. You are defying now. I'm saying, are you defying now? See us go. You'll go when I say you go. For now, see. Thank you very much. Caesar, Boro Caesar.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think
light moment, colleagues. Let's be serious.
In responding to what we have done, I think the first thing is that we have increased the budget of education with 1,600%. When it was 4.5 billion in 1994, today it's 70.9 billion. We have increased the number of educators in our schools from 41,000. Today there are 71,000. We have increased the number of the learners in the education system from 1.4 million to 2.8 million. That's what we have done as the ANC. We have given more and more kids food every day in our schools, and we spend 1.3 billion rands. That was not there before 1994. We have made sure that kids who stay 5 kilometers away from their schools are getting scholar transport, and we spend 1.7 billion. We have improved the matric pass rate since 1994. We have made sure that we've got more girl learners doing well in matric. We have made sure that we've got more and more Africans and blacks in particular doing maths and science in our schools. We have created Saibono. We have done a lot of things that I can address Honorable Member Msimang about. But of course, Member Santos, the questions that you are raising are pertinent, and that's why we are not allergic to ideas. We like engaging. We would like to engage with yourself about some of these issues that you are raising, and I've dealt with some of them, including this issue of whether learners are better off or not in our schools, including whether the education system is adequate or not in our province. And we would like to engage you about the content, the curriculum, what we are teaching the kids in the schools. We would like to engage you about the schools of specialization, what is it that they are achieving and what is it that they are doing. We would like to engage you about what we are doing and what is our strategy for the foundational phase, how we are integrating the early childhood development. That's why the engagements we're having with communities, we've got a special day to engage with the schools of learners with special needs, the parents. We want to engage with early childhood development parents separately. And in fact, I think it's very short-sighted and simplistic to assume that when you give money to educators of these learners with special needs, you are actually not also directly contributing towards their actual education and curriculum, because I think it's not just a salary, it's also a skill, it's a tool of trade and all that. So I think, but I understand the honorable member from your party, she's got very serious limitations of understanding. And then, you know, Member Ali, I think I've accepted the fact that you just like engaging with me. I think it's allowed. And I'm flattered. I'm flattered. But you know, there's no Department of Education and Sports and all that. These are two different departments. So in the advice that you are giving to the Premier, there's only just one executive authority, but the departments are separate. That's one issue. But anyway, I'm flattered that you always like engaging with myself. And then, Member Ngobeni, the issue of scholar, it's not Member Ngobeni, man. It's Member Dilebu of online registration. The problem is not online registration. The problem is overcrowding. And because of overcrowding, people will not be able to get space where they want their kids to go because of overcrowding. So that's what we need to deal with. And that's why we have said in dealing with overcrowding that we have to do a whole range of things, including recommissioning some of the schools that are closed, 1. 2, looking at a triple P process. 3, looking at how we roll out these mobile classrooms and all that. But I think some other day when there is time, we will gladly engage with members of the legislature, because we've got a good story to tell, because we've got a plan for education in Gauteng, and that plan is on track. That plan is bearing fruits, and that's why you will see every year we are improving when it comes to matric results. It's not by accident. It's because of a program which was well crafted since the days of our Green Book policy document, what that was adopted before 1994. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member or Honorable Misi. Secretary, next order, please. Honorable Chokwe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. consideration of the Social Development Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the financial year 2026-2027.
Honorable Chair Chokwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs. May Honorable Chair of Chair hereby the House take note that parts of the report that I haven't read must be considered as read. Aitlu Chokwe, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby tables the committee's report on budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Social Development, budget number 6 for 2026-2027. The budget of the department has increased by about 0.89% from the adjusted budget of 5,589,631,000 rand to around 5,638,349,000 rand. On Program 1, the administration has received an allocation of around 834 million, which is an increase of around 94,995,000. This is compared to the previous financial year. On Program 2, which is social welfare and services, this program has an allocation of about 898,826 million, marking an increase of around 4,213,000. The budget increase in this program is mainly driven by growth in compensation of employees to accommodate annual cost of living adjustment. The Program 3, which is Children and Family, has received an allocation of about 2,300,712,000, marking a decrease of around 201,889,000 compared to the previous financial year. The program budget decreased compared to the previous financial year, mainly due to the reclassification of school uniform budget from children and families to development and research program to align with the annual performance plan. Program 4, which is restorative services, has received an allocation of about 865,834 million, marking an increase of around 98 million compared to the previous financial year. Program 5, which is development and research, has received an allocation of 940,478,000, an increase of around 54,395,000. The increase in this program is mainly due to reclassification of school uniform again. Now, the committee does have some concern. The committee remained concerned with the decrease of budget for the Program 3. That Program 3 is called Children and Families, which has reduced about 8.7% for this financial year. The view of the committee is that the reduction of this budget for this program will affect vulnerable beneficiaries, especially women and children. So the department must just look at that. We do have a proposal as the committee. We request that the department provide the following report by the 31st of July 2026. We just need two things: a detailed plan outlining how the department intends to address, how it will address the reduction of this budget around Program 3. The report should focus on all the services that are provided under that program. The second one is the department must at least submit a report that indicates the child protection services that have been drastically reduced and the plan on how the department will make sure that those services do not collapse. I would like to acknowledge the good work of our Honorable MEC of Social Development, Honorable Nomantu Nkomora Lehoko, the Head of Department, Ms. Pumula Sikonyani, and all the leadership of the department. I would also like to express my appreciation to my honorable members, that is Honorable Mazibandela, Honorable Nseche, Honorable Ntombi Mehwe, Honorable Abrams, Honorable More, Honorable Sesedinyane, Honorable Kaba, Honorable Makene for their commitment to the oversight processes. I commend them for their diligence during the deliberation of this budget vote. The committee will also like to thank Me Suki Swampatswam Mbalo, the committee coordinator, Mr. Sipongwala, the senior researcher, Dr. Sakina Nweli, the researcher, Nontlatla Jikolo, Ms. Asanele Mkinindwa, Dr. John Muloi, Medi Makatsongwenya, Mendlevi, Dr. Tulu, Dr. Mukoka for their dedication in assisting the committee. After an extensive deliberation, the committee adopted the oversight report on the Department of Social Development, budget number 6 of the financial year 2026-2027. In accordance with Rule 117, Section 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concern and recommendation that have been put forward by the committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Chokwe. You didn't acknowledge me. I've been in your committee a lot of times. Can I have a seconder, please?
I rise to second the report, Chair.
Seconded,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable seconds. I now put the question to the House. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the 13th order, please? Thank you so much.
Budget speed and debate on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the financial year 2026-2027.
Honorable MEC Nkomora Lehoko.
Ndlovu Studios. Thank you. Sakuthola Ndlovu. Honorable Chair of Committees, Honorable Premier, in his absentia, members of the Executive Council, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, all honorable members of the House, representatives of civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, community structures, fellow citizens of Gauteng. We gather in this House during a year of, sorry Speaker, can I have 4 minutes of my last 5 minutes? Because I will not say anything after that. Yeah, thank you. My apology, because I should have started by that. We gather in this House during a year of profound historical significance of our nation. This year marks 70th years of the historic Women's March of 1956, when more than 20,000 courageous women marched to Union Building to confront the injustice and demand recognition of their dignity, of their rights and their humanity. Those women refused to be spectators in the history. This year also marks 50 years since the June 16 uprising of 1976, when young people altered the course of our nation's history through their courage, determination, and unwavering commitment to the freedom. The youth of 1976 understood the meaningful transformation requires bold action and a willingness to challenge systems that perpetuate inequality and exclusion. Their sacrifice reminds us that every generation has a responsibility to advance the struggle of social justice and expand opportunities to those who came after them. So as we honor these historic milestones, we are reminded that social transformation is not an event. It is a continuous process of building, of renewing, and reimagining the society. Our responsibility is to confront the challenges of ours, namely poverty, inequality, unemployment, substance abuse, gender-based violence, food insecurity, and social exclusion. Honorable members, Lenin once observed that there are decades when nothing happens and there are weeks when decades happen. We find ourselves in precisely such a moment when decades are about to happen. For the Gauteng Department of Social Development, this moment represents what we have termed the new normal. The new normal then is not merely a response to fiscal pressures. It is a conscious decision to re-engineer systems, strengthen state capacity, embrace innovation, and accelerate service delivery in a recognition that the challenges facing our communities requires new ways of thinking, new partnership, and new interventions that are capable of producing sustainable outcomes. The new normal demands that we move beyond fragmented approaches and embrace integrated solutions. It requires us to break silos between departments and institutions. It requires us to use technology more effectively and strengthen partnership more strategically and ensure that every intervention contributes towards broader social transformation. Most importantly, it requires us to place people at the center of development and ensure that social services become pathways towards empowerment and economic participation. There is an African proverb popularized by the great writer Chinua Achebe, which reminds us that until the lions learn how to write, every story will glorify the hunter. For too long, the stories of vulnerable communities have been written by poverty, violence, exclusion, and hopelessness. For too long, survivors of gender-based violence have been defined by the crimes committed against them. For too long, young people affected by substance abuse have been defined by their addiction rather than their potential. For too long, communities facing hardship have been viewed through the lens of dependency rather than resilience. So the budget that we table today is about changing the narrative. It is about ensuring that lions write their own story. It is about ensuring that women affected by violence become victors rather than victims. It is about ensuring that young people become entrepreneurs, skilled workers, and innovators rather than statisticians. It is about ensuring that those who recover from addiction are empowered to build a meaningful future. Above all, it is about ensuring that the people of Gauteng become active participants in shaping their own destiny. So the budget frames social development not merely as a welfare provision, but as a social transformation revolution. It aimed at moving people from dependency to participation, with particular emphasis on youth employment, rehabilitation to opportunity pathways, food security, strengthening government capacity to deliver services. Honorable Chair of Committees, the Gauteng Department of Social Development has been allocated a budget of 5.6 billion for the 2026-2027 financial year. While this represents a modest increase from the previous financial year, it is a budget that has been carefully aligned to the strategic priorities of the government and the developmental needs of our communities. It is a budget that recognizes both the constraints we face and the opportunities before us. Most importantly, it is a budget that seeks to maximize impact, improve service delivery, strengthen the social fabric of our province. It is a budget to drive an entire social transformation revolution for the people of Gauteng. Honorable Chair of Committees and honorable members, one of the defining features of the new normal is the recognition of social development and economic development that are inseparable. Poverty cannot be defeated through social assistance alone. Sustainable development requires opportunities for participation in the economy, access to skills, and pathways towards self-reliance. During the 2026-27 financial year, the department will invest in 152 million towards creation of approximately 8,000 work opportunities through expanded public works program. In addition, 238 million has been allocated towards skills development initiatives that will benefit more than 50,000 young people and support over 42,000 beneficiaries through income-generating programs and economic opportunities. These interventions represent a deliberate shift from dependency towards empowerment and from welfare towards participation. Our commitment to economic empowerment also extends to the development of township economy. Across Gauteng, township enterprises, cooperatives, and community-based businesses continue to play a critical role in creating livelihoods and stimulating local economic activity. The department will continue to support initiatives that strengthen local enterprise development and expand economic opportunities within communities. The success of our township is central to the success of Gauteng itself. Our township is central to the success of Gauteng itself. The fight against poverty and hunger remains one of the most responsibilities of government. While economic growth is essential, we cannot ignore the immediate realities faced by families who continue to struggle with food insecurity and deprivation. The new normal then requires us to strengthen our response to poverty while simultaneously building sustainable pathways out of poverty. One of the most significant innovations under this budget is strengthening of state capacity through the establishment of the state-run food bank system. This initiative reflects our commitment to build a developmental state that possesses the institutional capability to coordinate food security interventions more effectively and efficiently. While our partnership with civil society remains critical, government must also possess the direct capacity to respond to hunger and food insecurity in a manner that is sustainable, accountable, and responsive. Through an allocation of 112 million, the department will continue supporting food distribution centers, community nutrition programs, food parcels, and food banks that provide relief to vulnerable households. The interventions will contribute towards ensuring that more than 341,000 people benefit from the poverty reduction initiatives during this financial year. The Banapili program remains one of the most important interventions for protecting vulnerable children and families. Through school uniform, dignity packs, and food support, we continue in ensuring that poverty does not become a barrier to educational achievement and personal development. A total allocation of 344 million then will support these interventions and preserve dignity for vulnerable children across Gauteng. The new normal, Chair, requires us to recognize that dignity is not a luxury. Dignity is a prerequisite of meaningful participation in society. When a learner receives a school uniform, when a young girl receives a dignity pack, and when a family receives support during difficult circumstances, we are merely providing assistance. We are not merely providing assistance, Chair. We are reaffirming they are worthy and investing in their future. Through an allocation of 93 million, then the department will continue supporting shelters, safe spaces, outreach programs, and reintegration initiatives that are aimed at restoring dignity and rebuilding lives. Mobile wash buses will continue bringing essential services directly to homeless individuals that are residing in the parks, open spaces, and other vulnerable settings throughout Gauteng. The objective of this intervention is not simply to manage homelessness, but to create pathways towards reintegration, family reunification, and economic participation. Honorable Chair of Committees, one of the most important innovations contained in this budget is the introduction of second half program. The program is built on a simple, powerful belief that no individual should be permanently defined by worst chapter of their life. Every person deserves a second chance. Every person deserves an opportunity to start again. Every person deserves a second half. For too long, many young people and individuals recovering from substance abuse have successfully completed rehabilitation programs only to return to the same social and economic conditions that contributed to their challenges. Without access to opportunities, skills, and support system, many find themselves trapped in a cycle of relapse and exclusion. The second half program then seeks to break this cycle. It will ensure that beneficiaries exiting rehabilitation facilities are connected to skills development programs, bursary opportunities, entrepreneurship initiatives, workplace exposure opportunities, and other forms of support that are are designed to facilitate successful integration in society. The department has already engaged the NSFAS, Institution of Higher Learning, CITAS, and National Youth Development Agency, and other strategic partners to establish an integrated framework of support through improved collaboration and innovative approaches to beneficiary management. We are creating pathways that will connect recovering individuals directly to opportunities within broader development ecosystem. We already operate halfway houses that provide transitional support to recovering individuals. Over the medium term, we intend to expand these facilities and establish additional halfway houses through strategic partnership, including public-private partnership. These facilities will become centers of empowerment where beneficiaries acquire skills, access opportunities, and prepare themselves for productive participation in society. This is the new normal in action. It is government refusing to accept that rehabilitation alone is enough. It is government investing in people, restoring hope, ensuring that recovery becomes the beginning of a better future rather than merely the end of a difficult chapter. The department therefore continues to prioritize prevention treatment, rehabilitation interventions as part of comprehensive provincial response. During the 2026-27 financial year, an allocation of 498 million will support programs aimed at expanding access to treatment, strengthening prevention efforts, and improve rehabilitation outcomes. Gauteng continues to possess the largest rehabilitation bed capacity in South Africa. This achievement reflects our commitment to ensure that individuals seeking assistance are able to access treatment and support that they need most. We have a center called Dr. Fabian and Florence Romero Center of Excellence that we're establishing. As part of strengthening state capacity, modernizing rehab services, we celebrate the refurbishment and reopening of this Dr. F&F treatment center. This facility is being transferred into a center of excellence now for substance abuse treatment, rehab, research, and professional development. It will not merely serve public beneficiaries, but also create opportunities for individuals with medical aid coverage to access rehab services within high-quality public institutions. Thank you, Chairperson of
Thank you,
committees.
MEC. I left 1 minute for you if you want to use it later. I left you with 1 minute if you want to use it later.
Yeah, you can give it to me. No, you get that later.
Okay.
Thanks.
Honorable Nseke.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. When the Premier delivered the State of the Province in February, he painted a picture of a Gauteng that protects women and children, supports vulnerable residents, fights substance abuse, restores dignity, and leaves no one behind. Today, we are considering the budget that should translate to those commitments into reality. This budget does not give effect to the Premier's promises. The Democratic Alliance cannot support a budget that asks vulnerable people to trust promises when evidence increasingly points to poor planning, weak implementation, and a failure to deliver or even hold those failing to account with no consequences. Every year, the AG warns about lack of financial controls with irregular expenditure, and yet not one person has been held to account for this mess. The Premier committed to strengthening support for vulnerable communities. Yet this department continues to carry more than 648 vacancies. Every vacant frontline position represents a promise-made SOPA that will never reach a vulnerable resident on the ground. Where are the unemployed social work graduates of Gauteng? Unemployed. The Premier further committed to tackling substance abuse and restoring communities. Yet we have the biggest government-run rehabilitation facility, F&F, shut down completely for renovations. In previous years' renovations, it was only shut down in areas where the renovation was taking place and continued to provide much-needed service in the other areas. The Premier further spoke repeatedly about protecting women and children. That commitment should be reflected most clearly in the Children and Families Program. Instead, we see a reduction of 201.9 million. The misalignment is that the receiving program increases only by 54.4 million. The numbers simply don't reconcile in a manner that gives confidence. If protecting children is a priority, This department should be able to clearly demonstrate how every rand removed from this program will continue to benefit children. Further, the Premier spoke about dignity, but there's nothing dignified about how many NPOs have been treated. This department and its officials are bullies to the very NPOs they claim are their partners. Organizations receive the late service level agreements. They plan based on these service agreements, appoint staff, took on beneficiaries. They are then informed the original and signed SLA was a mistake. When they receive the corrected SLA, beneficiaries are redacted. Some MPOs were even funded for millions for infrastructure last year, but somehow for 2026-27, they no longer qualify for funding. Where is sustainable investment in this and the benefit derived from this infrastructure that they were given by this very department? Chair of Chairs, who is expected to tell vulnerable residents that they no longer qualify for assistance from the NPO? Which child, which elderly resident, which person with a disability, which GBV victim, which homeless person must leave the NPO? These are painful and lack kindness. The DA Western Cape government gives NPOs 3-year contracts, Gauteng 1 year. 3-year contracts enable and empower NPOs to hire workers for a 3-year term. That gives people dignity and stability. Then they ensure that there is proper monitoring and evaluation, not the current staff of Gauteng that bullies NPOs. To the DA, NPOs are really partners. They should be capacitated with relevant training where there are shortcomings. Staff vacancies should be filled within 3 months. Food banks should not be centralized, especially when they compromise services, as seen in February, where only 2,500 food parcels were distributed. This is what a DA government does. This is what Gauteng people deserve. By doing this, the DA believes NPOs and their beneficiaries, who are the most vulnerable people in Gauteng, will get the dignity that they deserve. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Nseke. Honourable Abrahams, you are online.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, Member of the Executive Council and people of Gauteng, I stand here today to speak not just to a budget, but to a conscience of this government. We are debating the allocation for the Department of Social Development, the very department that is in the last line of defense for the most vulnerable souls in this province. We are talking about children without families, victims of abuse, older persons in despair, and families facing anguish of hunger and addiction. Yet when we look at the budget, and no more importantly at the administration of these funds, the Honourable MEC must answer, where is the accountability? Point 1, the incompetence of administration. The MEC boasts that 91% of NPO service level agreements were paid by June 2026. Chair of Chairs, this is not a triumph. It is an admission of systemic failure. How can we celebrate the fact that we are only now digging ourselves out of a hole we should have never have fallen into? In 2025, the department sabotaged its own funding platform on the eve of closing applications. In 2026, we saw workers protesting and warnings that 500 jobs and 800 beneficiaries were at risk. The accountability on question 1 is, how is it possible that Program 1 receives 834.3 million for administration, yet the same funding instability repeats like a broken record year after year? Why should the people of Gauteng trust that this money will not simply be swallowed by the government while NPOs fight to survive? Point 2, failing on children. Program 3 receives a staggering 298 billion. It is the largest allocation, Yet we have 6 child and youth care centers closing their doors, 6 facilities that were safe havens for vulnerable children are now gone. This is a failure of oversight and a failure of will. The MEC says the problem is solved, but yet we see only 9 state-run facilities against 142 run by NPOs. We are placing the burden of care on the shoulders of NPOs while the state retreats. My question is, if you have 2 billion for children, why are the institutions that house them collapsing? Why are the children being turned away and losing their homes? Why is the department specific, measurable plan to prevent the closure of these facilities beyond hollow promises? The scandal of elderly care. Let us look at Program 2 and the 898.8 million allocated. When we went to Ludovic Spies Old Age Home in Easterus, what did we find? Leaking roof, damaged floors, poor ventilation, and a lack of basic nursing care. This is not just a fatality, it's a human tragedy. We are condemning our elderly who build this province to live in squalor. The MEC is to rely on NGOs. It is an abdication of duty. We are a state-run old homes failing into despair while the department sits on a budget nearly of 900 million. When will we see fundamental overhaul of these facilities to ensure dignity to our elders? When we look at the food banks, Program 5 allocates 940.4 million for poverty elevation. Yet we visited the Central Food Bank in Centurion. What did we find? A facility with fewer than 10 employees, limited stock, replacing over 300 NPOs. Since March 2026, it is distributed only by 2,500 parcels. 2,500 parcels. It's a disgrace. How can you justify this lack of capacity? The MEC claims we are centralizing for efficiency, but we see a system that is
Your
failing
time
to
is
get
up,
food
Honourable
for the hunger.
Abrahams.
I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honourable Kaba.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, 5.64 billion is a substantial budget. It is also a test of the priorities of the department. When we examine this vote, we are confronted by a troubling reality. The department is spending more on administration while delivering less to the people it was established to serve. Program 1 receives a 15.5% increase, yet the goods and services budget, which funds frontline programs, outreach initiatives, and direct support to vulnerable communities, is reduced by 38 million. Program 5, responsible for poverty alleviation, youth development, women empowerment, and welfare to work programs, declines by 22 million. The result is not abstract. Food relief beneficiaries declined from 331,000 to 280,000. Households receiving food support fall from 147,000 to just 66,000. Honourable Chair of Chairs, a department reveals its priorities through its budget. When administration grows while food support shrinks, the people are entitled to ask whose interests are being protected. The second reality is even more concerning. The very people this department exists to protect are expected to receive less support. The declines of victims of gender-based violence reached through empowerment programs, shelter services, halfway house admissions for substance abuse recovery, children placed in child and youth care centers, and youth participating in skills development programs is alarming. At a time when communities are crying out of interventions, this department is planning to reach fewer people, provide fewer services, and create fewer opportunities. The people of this province do not need government to manage decline. They need government to reverse it. The third reality concerns the NPO sector, which has become the backbone of social service delivery. Yet funding instability, delayed payments, burdensome compliance requirements, and the closure of community-based services continue to plague the sector. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the families waiting for food support, the women seeking protection, and the children requiring care are not waiting for another set of targets. They are waiting for their rights enshrined in our Constitution to move beyond words on paper and become realities in their homes, their communities, and their daily lives. They need services that reach them, support them, and change their lives. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kabe. Honorable More, you are online.
Yes, thank you, Chair of Chairs. Just a disclaimer, I've got flu. Action SA stands before this House today to look past the spreadsheets and address the lived reality of our province's most vulnerable. The Gauteng Department of Social Development prides itself on a 99% expenditure rate, having spent 5.5 billion. But Chair of Chairs, what this report actually reveals is a department engaging in a last-minute spending spree. 1.55 billion was rushed out the door in the final quarter alone. This extreme backloading proves that financial compliance is being prioritized over consistent year-round care. Look no further than our NPO's absolute backbone of the social delivery in Gauteng. They remain in perpetual instability. For 2 years, this House has called for a strengthened monitoring system, yet the department is still in the planning phase. The promised automated grantor system will only be piloted this financial year, leaving current oversight opaque and vulnerable to fraud. Worse still, the department aggressively shifted funds away from the critical services when it mattered most. Older person services were cut by 18 million. Services to persons with disability were cut by 3.2 million. Community-based care for children suffered a staggering 160.1 million reduction, a direct blow to early intervention. While 157 million was redirected to poverty alleviation, food security targets were missed all year. We must ask, are these millions actually reaching the hungry, or are they being choked by a centralized food distribution center model that creates new barriers to access? The same mirage appears in substance abuse and GBV support. That's why that campaign reached millions with awareness, but awareness is not recovery. Treatment completions and halfway house admissions fell significantly below target. We are identifying people, Chair of Chairs, in need, but failing to provide the beds. In victim empowerment, operational and compliance constraints continue to lock victims out of safe shelters. Chair of Chairs, we cannot expect a high-performing department when it is being hollowed out from within. The vacancy rate sits at a high as 15%. In the final quarter, 64 staff members left, while only 5 permanent appointments were made. Relying on temporary interns and EPWP workers will never build the long-term institutional memory needed to manage the 5.6 billion budget. Action SA cannot applaud a 99% expenditure rate when it masks systemic underperformance in foster care, disability services, and victim support. We demand a budget that follows beneficiary needs, not one shifted at the 11th hour to satisfy treasury.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you,
Honorable More. Your time is up. Honorable Madse Batela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Gauteng Department of Social Development budget presented here today is a profound failure. While approximately 39,000 children receive foster care from this department, thousands more remain trapped in a broken system waiting for care and support. The recommended social worker caseload is 1:60. While in this province, Honorable Speaker or Chair of Chairs, it has ballooned to 200 and even more, meaning that 70% of the time spent by social workers is spent on renewing grants instead of getting new ones into the system. This is not just a statistic, Honorable Chair of Chairs, it is a crisis. Honorable Chair of Chairs, instead of addressing this crisis, the department sees fit to reduce the money allocated to child welfare and support and sends a devastating message to the children: you can keep waiting. This means that fewer resources are allocated to child welfare. Thousands and more of children remain in limbo. While vulnerable families struggle to survive, this province's food banks remains a constant failure. Some food banks, Honourable Chair of Chairs, do not have food supplies, while others leave food to rot. Honourable Chair of Chairs, the problem cannot just be fixed by removing one MEC and bringing in the other. You can remove the MEC of Sidlama Utwana for a vote and replace her with the MEC pregnant women love sleeping on the floor. That does not solve anything, Honourable Chair of Chairs. We need decisive leadership. We need leadership that will address the symptoms of poor planning, weak oversight, and broken service delivery. The Democratic Alliance believes that every child deserves an opportunity to grow in a safe, stable environment. We believe that social workers must be empowered and they must get the support that they need and not be overburdened by caseloads. We believe that every rand allocated to child welfare must reach that child. This budget does not do that, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Instead of protecting the vulnerable, it abandons them. Speaker, Honourable Chair of Chairs, the Democratic Alliance will not support this budget. It turns its back on the most vulnerable of this province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chokwe.
Thank you very much,
Honourable Chair. Order. Honourable Chokwe.
Thank you. Switch off your mic, Honourable Sibandela, who don't support this budget. The Honourable Chair of Chair, the South African Constitution provides us with a clear and comprehensive framework for social development rooted firmly in the Bill of Rights. It does not treat social security or social assistance as a privilege, but as a fundamental right that imposes actionable obligation on the state. Section 26, 27, and 28 of our Constitution enshrine the rights of our people to health care, food, water, social security, adequate housing, and the protection of every child's best interest. It further reminds us that welfare services are a shared responsibility between national and provincial government, binding this august House to act decisively. The latest statistics from Statistics South Africa revealed a national unemployment rate of around 32.7 in Q1 of 2026. With around 8.1 million South Africans being jobless, the burden falls heaviest on the young ones, with their unemployment rate sitting at 60.9% for those that are between the age of 15 and 24, while we acknowledge they have to be at school, and around 40.6 for those aged between 25 and 34 years old. This is not merely an economic statistics, but a social emergency, as unemployment drives youth towards despair and substance abuse. Idle time and hopelessness lead many young people towards drugs and alcohol abuse, with some even contemplating suicide. The Gauteng Department of Social Development is actively working to break this vicious cycle through substance abuse treatment, rehabilitation, and skills development program. It is from this constitutional foundation that this department should derive its mandate, and it is against this standard that we are here debating this budget vote. This budget vote is the instrument through which we give life to the rights enshrined in our Constitution, ensuring dignity, protection, and opportunity for every vulnerable citizen in our province. The ANC, speaking as a voice of the people in Gauteng, debates this budget vote with a focus. And that focus, taking it from our Premier Panyaza Lesufi State of the Province address, that has anchored Gauteng priorities within the National Medium-Term Development Plan's poverty reduction pillar. It highlights tangible social transfer, food parcels, school uniform, nutrition, dignity packs directed at weak, the poor, the vulnerable, echoing the very objective of the SRD grant in protecting livelihoods and dignity. A metaphor from Norman Rockwell's The Golden Rule underscore that social development is about compassion and fairness, not bureaucracy. For Gauteng, this debate is about ensuring promises translate into real services, shelter, food, treatment, and timeous payment. This budget is our collective commitment to moving from hope to hard measurable results. It embodied the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. We don't put you, but you know Ndate Desmond Tutu. Open quote. Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all the darkness. Close quote. Honorable Chair of Chair, the ANC notes that to support vulnerable residents of Gauteng and reduce poverty, the Department of Social Development received this budget of 5.6 billion, increasing it to about 17.2 billion over the medium-term framework to strengthen partnership and targeted social program. This represents a nominal increase of approximately around 180 million from the previous year. The funding will go towards skills development for vulnerable groups, the provincial homelessness strategy, food security intervention, child and youth care center, community prevention, after care services, upgrade of state-owned facilities. Children and families and social welfare services also recorded the moderate increase of around 26.2 million and 24.1 million respectively, while restorative services receive about 864.8 million, with transfer to non-profit organization rising by 46.2 million to around 1.98 billion that they have today. This budget is directed towards the following key priorities, Honorable Chair of Chair. Ignore that man there. Food security programs and poverty alleviation, homeless intervention, child and youth care centers, substance abuse treatment and rehabilitation, support to victims of gender-based violence, and transfer to NPOs. Madam, Honorable Chair of Chair, the ANC note that the department has directed about 340 million in the first quarter to the food security and poverty alleviation, covering food parcels, school uniform and dignity packs, supported by the newly established Food Distribution Center, signaling a shift from a short-term food parcel to a more systematic response to hunger. On homeless intervention, this department received about 251.2 million that has been allocated to the care and services to families sub-program to support shelters, drop-in centers, family reunification, with funding letters already issued to the NPOs. Under the program of Child and Youth Care Center, the department has allocated about 630 million, a reduction of around 45.3 million from the previous year, though the transfer to NPOs and YCC rose to about 200 million. Funding continues across the full spectrum of child protection services, shelters, drop-in centers, prevention and intervention, and family preservation. The ANC noted that the transfer to non-profit organization has increased by 46.2 billion, and it has around a budget of around 1.9 billion, confirming the department's continued reliance on the critical civil society partners, which are NPO, to deliver these frontline services to up to about 872 organizations that they've shared with us. We're looking at a payment of between 15 and 30 days. And as the ANC were saying, on the crucial issues of supply payment, the department has made strides according to the department. And then around 1.28 1,298 SLA have been signed, and of course about 1,131 organizations have already received payment. We are worried about the 167 NPO that have signed their contract, and we are saying the department should speed up on that. The ANC notes that the department still faces challenges with the timely signing of this service level agreement and for the first tranches to NPO, which has led to the protests that we have observed. The MEC has intervened by making sure that he called all the directors responsible for all of this responsible directorate and to explain to them why the people are marching. And we welcome their commitment to digitize the contracting and enforcing consequence management. We acknowledge the meaningful progress, and the ANC is proud to note that despite the difficult fiscal environment, the department has achieved a meaningful progress. On the substance and abuse, we note that Dr. FNF Ruby treatment has been upgraded, just like Mabuto Tlatswayo being upgraded. The center has capacity increase that is now at between 200 and 353 beds, and allowing more people to access this inpatient rehabilitation and detoxification services. This demonstrates the department's commitment to providing quality treatment services that help individuals to reclaim their lives. These resources that we are talking about to the priorities of the 7th administration as outlined in the Gauteng Medium-Term Development, driving inclusive growth and jobs, improving living conditions and well-being, building a capable and ethical state. Honorable Chair, no honest account of the department's work can ignore the gaps that we have remaining. The ANC recognizes with humility and commitment to oversight that serious challenges persist, and the ANC must be frank and be persistent to the challenges that we are facing. And we know that the department will improve on that. Honorable Chair of Chair,
thank you, Honorable.
Let me close with the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu again, which have guided us through all.
Thank
if
you,
you are
Honorable
neutral in situation of injustice,
Dr.
you have
Chokwe.
chosen to side with the oppressed.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you, Doctor. MEC, you want to take that minute or are you fine? Okay, take it.
This thing called new normal. Hey, Chair, as we conclude the budget, we are reminded once again that history is shaped by those who act. We are called upon to build a Gauteng that is inclusive, more caring and more prosperous. We are called to strengthen social cohesion, expand economic opportunities, protect the most vulnerable in the society. We are called upon to build institutions that are capable, that are able to deliver meaningful change and creating lasting impact. That is why we speak about the new normal, Chair. It's also about why we speak about writing our own story. Indeed, these are weeks when decades happen. These are moments when institutions are renewed, systems are re-engineered, new possibilities emerge. Through this budget, we choose not merely to respond to change, but to lead it. We choose not merely to manage challenges, but to transform lives.
Finish.
Point of order. There's no timer over
No,
here.
yeah, but there was 1 minute left, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you for making me. Thank you.
Finish, please, MEC.
Thank you. So, Chair, and this will oppose this 1 minute. Yeah. So, together we will write a new chapter of the story of Gauteng, a chapter defined by dignity, opportunity, resilience, and hope. A chapter that future generations will look upon us with pride and recognize the moment that embraced the new normal.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Secretary, can you read the 14 order, please?
Thank you, Chair. Consideration of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the financial year 2026-2027.
Honorable Alberts, can you kindly present the committee's report, please? You're online. Honorable Alberts.
Thank you, Chair. Chair of Chairs, I will do so. I, Honourable Anton Alberts, Chairperson, hereby table the report of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee on the detail of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, Vote 3 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill 2026 as follows. And those parts not read should be considered as read. The 26-27 financial year budget report is tabled in the third calendar year of the 7th administration, and the budget allocated for the department in the current financial year is 1,798.5 billion rand. In the current financial year, the committee noted that the allocation has increased by an amount of 86 million rand, which translates to 5.02%. The committee noted that the Gauteng Growth Development Agency continues to be allocated the largest share of transfers with an amount of 777.3 million, and followed by the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller with an amount of 196.9 million, which is a decrease from the 286.1 which was allocated in the previous financial year. The Gauteng Tourism Authority is allocated an amount of 90.4 million, a decrease from 107.7 million from the previous financial year. Similarly to the previous financial year, the committee noted that the Trade and Sector Development Programme is allocated a greater share of the budget with an amount of 857.7 million. The second largest share of the appropriations allocated to the Economic Planning Programme with an amount of 338.5 million, followed by the Administration Programme with an amount of 235.8 million. The Integrated Economic Development Services is allocated an amount of 198.9 million, while the least funded program is Business and Regulation and Governance Program with an amount of 139.3 million. The committee has raised concerns with the effectiveness of gender-responsive budgeting framework which has been implemented by the department, which incorporates gender-responsive indicators across department's operations. The framework aims to strengthen the department's responsiveness to the diverse needs and priorities of women in the design, implementation, and evaluation of policies, programs, projects, research, and interventions. Thus, the said framework should be submitted by the department for scrutiny by the committee, as the anticipation is that the framework should ensure that the collection and allocation of public funds address systemic inequalities rather than unintentionally reinforcing them. With the administration program, the greatest share of the allocation of the budget is accorded to the corporate services sub-program, amounting to 173.7 million. In light of this, the committee therefore recommends that by the end of the second quarter of the 26-27 financial year, all key vacant positions should be filled, noting that increased funding has been allocated. The forensic report and family tree and its projects such as distribution centres remain a concern for the committee. In this regard, the department has indicated that the report has been considered, including taking a legal analysis. Thus, the Commission of Inquiry is undertaking further work to address identified gaps in the forensic report on family tree. This process is expected to be completed by the end of June 2026, and thus the report on the distribution centres as part of the family tree holdings project should then be submitted by the end of July 2026 as well. The liquor automation system has been a concern for the committee stemming from previous financial years, now with the Gauteng Liquor Board indicating that it is in the process of implementing a new licensing system. This is gravely concerning for the committee based on the fact that during the committee's oversight visit to the GLB in November 2025, the committee was informed that the system was functioning effectively and efficiently, including giving the committee a simulation view of the operating liquor automation system. In light of this, questions are raised about the timing and awareness by the department of the current limitations offered by the system, including what measures were taken to address these challenges aside from mutually cancelling the contract, and at what cost for the GLB. The refurbishment of the Garankuwa Hotel School will be closely monitored by the committee with the expectation that project timelines on the refurbishment project should be outlined, including having the GTA indicating the type of operational model that will be adopted in ensuring that there is value for money, thus having the school operational and serving its intended purpose post the renovations. The committee remains concerned with the lack of details in the report relating to economic infrastructure projects. Thus, the committee is of the view that a report on all economic infrastructure projects should be highlighting their status, including the budget allocated to these projects from the year of inception to the current financial year, whilst the same information should be submitted with respect to the expenditure on all projects. Further recommendations by the committee and the report that must be submitted by the 31st of July 2026 include the following. The department should submit a report on the effectiveness of the multi-pronged revenue enhancement strategy, as the interventions part of the strategy are intended to improve collection rates, reduce revenue leakages, broaden the revenue base of the province, and create a more sustainable funding model for the GLB, amongst others. Then there should also be a report on the general responsive budgeting framework that's already been mentioned, and that all key vacant positions should be filled by the second quarter of this 2027-27 financial year. Then the committee recommends that the initiatives outlined by the GTA on the forming of strategic partnerships should express and ventilate how destination marketing with Gauteng will be spearheaded. And the committee recommends that the partnership provide a report on the service level agreement that was signed with the contractor upon their appointment to deliver the liquor automation system. And that includes all of the recommendations by the committee for this report. Acknowledgements, appreciation expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as MEC Maile and officials from the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment to shown during deliberations on this budget vote, and gratitude goes also to the following members: Honourable Members T. Kunene, B. Letswalu, M. Fikwe, M.S. Moriarty, Member Matsakatela, F.K. Ngubeni, R.L. Abrams, R.F. Ngubeni, L.J. Evans, A. Ali, Tu Nkani, T. Nkani, and N. Delebo. And further appreciation goes to alternate members A.B. Zaba, S.J. De Santos, and P. Makwala. It is an honor to lead such a hard-working team. And on behalf of the committee's appreciation and gratitude also goes to the following persons: Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Budibe; Researchers, Mrs. A. Malipane, Ms. M. Makubele; Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Skosano; Committee Administrator, Ms. V. Mokabetsi; Hansard Recorder, Mr. S. Minyuku; Public Participation Officer, Mr. B. Ntomu; Assistant Public Participation Officer, R. Matabula; Service Officers, Ms. L. Mtlala and Ms. Z. Mabasu; Communications Officer, Mr. T. Ndu; Information Officer, Ms. A. Chibuyu, for the devoted assistance. And after due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 report for the 26-27 financial year. And in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 report for the 26-27 financial year. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Alberts. Is there a seconder for this report, Honourable Members? Seconder.
I rise to second.
Thank you, Honourable Advocate Leswalo. I now put the question to the House. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the 15th order, please? The last order of the day.
Thank you, Chair. Consideration of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Budget Vote 11 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G002-2026 for the financial year 2026-2027.
Honourable F.J. Mulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs, Honourable Members. I rise on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development to present the Committee's Oversight Report on Budget Vote 11 of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 26-27 financial year. The Committee carefully considered the Department's budget allocation, strategic priorities, planned outputs and expected outcomes to determine whether the resources allocated are sufficient to support the government priorities and improve agricultural development. Food security and rural development in Gauteng. The department has been allocated 742 million rand for the 26-27 financial year, representing an increase of 7.3% from the previous year's adjusted budget. While this increase is welcomed, the committee notes the department remains one of the smallest budget votes in the Gauteng province, accounting for only 0.41% of the total provincial budget. Yet agriculture remains a strategic sector capable of creating jobs, supporting food security and stimulating economic growth. The committee notes positively that substantial additional funding has been allocated to address the foot-and-mouth disease outbreak and to strengthen administrative capacity within the department. The largest portion of the budget is allocated to agricultural producer support and development, which receives 277 million rand, followed by veterinary services at 174 million. These programs are critical in supporting farmers, promoting agriculture production and safeguarding animal health. The committee further welcomes government's market access supporting of agro-processing initiatives, commercializing emerging farmers and strengthening food production programs throughout the province. However, despite these positive interventions, the committee remains concerned about several persistent challenges. Firstly, the committee remains concerned about the ongoing backlog in the implementation of infrastructure projects. Delays in procurement processes, poor contract performance and challenges associated with infrastructure delivery management system continue to impact service delivery and limit support to farming communities. Secondly, Honourable Chair of Chairs, the outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease continues to pose a significant threat to the agricultural sector. While government has allocated substantial resources towards combating the disease, the committee remains concerned about the vaccination requirements, movement controls, biosecurity measures and coordination across spheres of government. Thirdly, the committee notes with concern the continued underutilisation of conditional grant funding intended to support agricultural development. These funds are critical for farmer support, infrastructure development and production inputs and must be spent efficiently to achieve the intended outcomes. The committee also heard concerns raised by members of the public during the budget participation process. Stakeholders highlighted inadequate support to farmers, poor quality infrastructure projects, limited access to tractors and production inputs, insufficient mentorship programs, barriers to market access and delays relating to land use agreements and agricultural leases. These concerns reflect the realities faced by many emerging and developing farmers across Gauteng and require urgent attention from the department. In the light of these observations, the committee recommends that the department provide a detailed remedial plan on how infrastructure backlogs will be addressed and how outstanding capital projects will be implemented. Quarterly reports on measures taken to strengthen foot-and-mouth disease control, including legislative alignment, vaccination programs, movement controls and biosecurity interventions. A comprehensive report detailing how conditional grant funding will be utilised to support the agriculture sector and ensure improved outcomes for farmers and rural communities. Honourable Chair of Chairs, the committee acknowledges the important work performed by the department. However, oversight must ensure that every rand allocated delivers measurable value. The committee will continue to monitor the department's performance throughout the financial year and over the medium-term expenditure framework period. After due consideration, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Agriculture's report, and in terms of Rule 117.2c, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to the House and recommends the adoption of the committee's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Is there a seconder, please?
Chair, I rise to second.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Honourable members, that concludes the business. Now, let me first ask. All those in favour say yes? Yes. All those not in favour say no? The yes have it? Yeah, I am. Yeah. That concludes the business of the day. Honourable members, the next sitting will be on Thursday, 25th of June, 2026 at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much. The House is now adjourned. God bless everybody.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.